Okay, let's get it. Welcome back to another Games Full Bugs development stream. Today I'm gonna be working, well, let's see, I've written a bunch of things from the lovely feedback that I've gotten from my lovely community. So we're gonna do some of these things. And yeah, I just kind of want to tighten the game a little bit to then post it on the Yogscast Tiny Teams event. So I want to have the game to be in a pretty good shape with what it has right now, so that it's gonna, feel good to play. So I'm not gonna be working on anything new at this moment, although I might. We'll see how well it goes, how well the week goes. Okay, so lower the chance for build-up to appear. I think that's definitely a no-brainer. It happens too often. So let's do pickups manager. And we're gonna do the power booster abilities are a little too frequent. Okay. So that's going to be change number 1, and let's see. There's going to be build up. We're going to do chance for build up to appear has been reduced from 5 to 3%. I'll see. Like I'm thinking about making the kill builder also disappear if you have these. I think it would be better, but I kind of need to rework the way what's it called? The modules are generated as well in terms of abilities. Like, it's really good because I have this whole thing here, right? Kill builder. Oh, I do have this already. Huh. There's like a 20% chance to happen. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Well, that's done. Event rooms should mostly be events, just generate less of them. Yeah, I think that was a good idea, and we will be implementing that. Let's see. This is the Pathfinder. No, we need the level manager. So yeah, we basically make a lot of them. So let's do maybe 20% instead of 35. It's a little more than the elite rooms. And then when we load the thing in, first of all, we're gonna make, wait, is it this? Right, no, I need to, when I enter the door, here's where that happens. Yeah, so we're going to do a lower chance of a hard room. We're going to do a 2% for hard rooms. Well, let's make it 1. The hard rooms should really be kind of rare. So let's do that. So chance for... Okay, let's change the whole thing, and then we're just gonna write this as one thing. So then we're gonna do like 80% chance for a hard for an event, and then if it's more than 8 point... Oh no, that's 20%, right? So let's do if it's less than 0.8, and then we're gonna do if it's less than 0.825, then otherwise it's a normal level. Okay. Let's do that. So we're gonna do chances for what appears in the rooms has been rescaled to 2% for hard rooms, 2.5% for shops, and then we have 80% for events. Okay, let's just do 17.5% for normal rooms, but otherwise they are now mostly events. Okay, good. Done. Probably adjust the amount of blockers that can spawn in the first biome. Maybe should give it more surrender. Yeah, so I think this was a valid point of too much crap spawning in the early stages of the game. So let's go to, well, let's just close to the right. Oh, another thing that I want to do is create more chances for random connections to happen as well, right? So let's do, I don't remember if this is saved or not. Let's try to generate a level, and then we're gonna make some changes and see how those changes affect the level. So let's do a quick start, kill all of the enemies. think we can make some, okay, let's pause this, or stop it. And then generate connections. So I think I could go and just make a couple of additional connections just randomly, you know? Oh. So yeah, targeted index, sure. I think this isn't. Oops, no, I want to continue. This is essentially now just trying to create straight paths. So they're not really. Yeah, so as long as it's like this, right, it's never gonna kind of do something weird, you know? Maybe I could make a chance for like a random connection to happen that is not like too frequent, you know? And yeah, here we just check if the thing is. Here we check phenotypes. Okay. So what if I do here, if random, if my RNG dot next float between 0 and 1 is more, let's do less than point, well, let's do a 10 than 1, right? Let's do a 10% chance first. So if this is a thing, then target index is gonna just equal my RNG.next between 0 and this, right? So 10% chance for the connection to be a bit more crazy, I guess. Let's just see how that looks, right? Stuff like this can now happen, right? And stuff like this, which is a little more interesting, right? Because this one would otherwise definitely go here, right? Okay, let's try to generate another one just to see how this new system works. Quick start. you see this one, again, created this weird connection. This one too. Which now makes more paths kind of samey. But at least the dungeon is a little bit more kind of interconnected. Which I do think is good. Let's just look at another one, and then I think I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, I think this is kind of nice. Like, it doesn't happen too often, right? There is now a small chance for some paths on the map to crisscross, on the map to have random connections. So the paths sometimes crisscross or create crisscross and create a bit more of a unique design. There we go. Okay, now let's go to our wave level. I need to adjust how much crap spawns here. Number of enemies equals 0, and then sure, first we generate waves, and this is the thing that I need to kind of check. So yeah, this number might just have to be lower, and then I think we can do the same with this one. So just lower the amount of enemies. Wait, how much lower did I make it? A third. Yeah, let's see. Okay, let's first see how this works as it is right now. Just to kind of get a feel for how many enemies there are in a room. So let's just do a quick start and see how much crap spawns. Not sure, but the first one doesn't really matter. And then let's go to a normal level. And then it doesn't feel like a lot, to be honest. Right? This is like not a hard encounter or whatever. Yeah, I think you shouldn't just cancel their attack. It should be cancelled if they're in the middle of an attack, right? So let's make this a little lower, like this. Not too much though. I think something like this might be fine. And then let's check our blocker enemy. And then see, when we attack, let's check how this works, because I need to set this like that you're in the middle of an attack, right? It needs to be set. So blocker. Is this an enemy or what is this? Okay. And let's do interactables. Is it still just enemy? Yeah. So you so what do I want to do? Right, animation, and then when you attack. Here's where you set the target velocity. Play / attack sound. And then we set it to 0 as well. Right. So let's also make the public void set is during attack, and then we're gonna do bool during attack, right, equals false. And then here we're gonna do bool true, bool during is during attack, and this equals to is during attack. And now what I want to do is when you get hit, we're gonna do here if is during attack. We're gonna do we're gonna stop you essentially. So let's do, where is it? This. Right. So this equals to vector 2.0. If he gets hit during an attack, stop it. So attack and special damage type equals player melee. Right? If you get, let's do if it gets hit during an attack with a melee, stop it. I think that's good. So there's like, you have 2 frames of that animation of time to cancel his attack, right? So you have a little bit of leeway in terms of defending yourself against them. Don't really think this is definitely necessary, but we'll see. Right, let's kill these. Yeah, so like it's really hard to... Oh right, it doesn't work right now. I need to make that a thing. So let's do, where is it? You. So you attack. We're gonna add yet another event here. So blocker, and we're gonna do set, no. What did I name it? I name it something like that. Set is during attack. I have a feeling like that's not gonna appear. Why not? Like, why can't you like set attack direction? Okay, no. What about fixed update? Like I can pass a float here, right? So why can't I pass a bool? Like, what if I do float here? Will that work for some reason? And then we're gonna do float equals 1. And let's do int, right? Int should be the same thing, no? It's kind of strange that like you wouldn't be able to just set a bool in the Unity like animation event. It just seems wrong, you know. Attack. So let's do blocker enemy again. Yeah, that makes no sense, but sure. Let's do 1, and then here let's do 0. Oops, here. There you go. Thank you. What's the problem? Sure. Okay, let's see how this feels. If I can manage to cancel any of their attacks. Let's first kill these. Have to be a little bit careful still. And it has to be timed well, right? If you hit it too soon, right? But like you can definitely stand still. Yeah, it's a tight timing. That is fair. Okay, one thing that I'm thinking about is, let's see, where's this guy? Yeah. So when we attack, what do we do here? Indicate, okay, sure, what do we do here? Set attack direction. Right, so what we could do is we could put this here, for instance, right? And then if, so let's just set attack direction. We do and this is true, so we're gonna also do this equals to vector2.0. So now we also kind of disrupt where it's going to attack, right? So when it actually strikes, it shouldn't move anywhere. So this should give it, let's try to put it even sooner. And this should give you a little bit more leeway. So even if you hit it a little bit sooner, it's still not gonna kind of jump on you, right? At least that's the idea. So let's try to put this here even. And disable you and see how this feels. Let's try this on for size. Did I quick start? Okay. Okay. Yeah. I want to do like, what if I... Yeah, if you do it too soon, you still get hit, but you have a lot of leeway, right? And you can't walk into them, right? You still get hit if you kind of walk too close, right? Yeah, I think this feels good. So yeah, we're only gonna do this for this one, not for the small enemy. So let's do you can now disrupt the blocker enemy's attack by meleeing them during or right before they lunge. If you stand on top, if you stand right at them, you will still get hit, but they will not move. You can now disrupt the blocker enemy's attack by meleeing them during or right before they lunge. If you stand right at them, you'll still get hit. They just don't lunge any more. Okay. That's it. So then, yeah, now we have a lower amount of enemies as well. I've already said that too. So let's check it again, see, to kind of to really pay attention. So like, this is not a lot of enemies, right? And you can just kind of go into them and just melee them. What about this? No, I still think this is reasonable. Like, this is not a hard encounter, right? Let's see what hard room has to offer this early. Sure. What was it? Enemies can only take 50% of the max HP in a single hit. Spawner spawn. Okay. Oh, I have a build-up already. Okay. I have a thing. Well, it's a hard room, right? Don't tackle it if you don't know how to handle with the like, because this wasn't a hard, well, like, let me quit and let me just start the game or start this room with a half-assed build, right? And we're gonna turn off invincibility. Let's do this. Okay, I've heard. Let's say I go to all the wrong places first. Well, I'm definitely sloppy, right? There's no need for me to lose any HP here. But yeah, I lost like 6 HP, and I was a little kind of not that careful. Could have definitely played this better, right? And I got a really, an amazing thing out of it. So I think this is fine. I'm gonna do this here. And then I don't think, well, this is not too bad. Play this here. There's a crit. Here for now. Yeah, this is like a shit ton of damage. This is like a really good module out of it, right? I think this is good. I think this is perfectly fair. I mean, I've obviously reduced the amount of enemies, right? Bonk. Let's just play one run while I'm at it, right? Just see how well I can do. Okay, mortar, we definitely want this here to have this active. So these are, well, this should really count here as well, right? Like, because this mortar doesn't have 18, it has 36 damage, right? It's an insane mortar now because of this. Build up 2 on a really high impact laser. Sure. And we got a shop. Let's see. What do we have here? Hello. Level is 0, so there's not going to be any discounts. Maybe we can get something good though. One shockwave, we get a lot of damage. It's interesting. Range and crit. I think I kind of like this. Do I like this? Yeah. I mean, it's a crazy strong bullet. But like, I think I want to save my money as well. Let's put this here. So we have even more damage on this. We can place something else on it. I think that's fine. Okay. Pretty simple. Build up. Do I have a build up bullet? I do. So I could just like pump this here and just have this thing always be enabled, most likely, right? Bonk. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to put this anywhere. Yeah, no, I think it's just better for them to deal more damage. Also, the range is kind of wonky on them. Okay, let's see what we get here. I think this should be a pretty quick kill. Nice. What are these? More often attack, spawning in pairs. Yeah, I think I want to do this and just kind of bully through the thing. And how much money do we have? Well, ooh, we can go double hard room and then a shop. Sounds good to me. What do we have here? We can definitely do something like this here, right? And then have this just proc more often. And we can drop, oh wait, this is what? Crit bullet. Drop this here, has winged, and we can replace this one, I think. Okay. All enemy except critter spawn one critter upon death. Sure. Should be fine. Oh shit, we have this guy here. Right. I'm getting bodied a little bit. Isn't careful. A bunch of things spawn. Yeah, I think really having some how do you call, some like arrows pointing at them would be good. We can do this, I think. What do we have here? Damage and kill builder. Well, I think I just kind of prefer that. Do this, and then let's just slam a bunch of these here. They have like a higher chance of actually killing stuff. But yeah, like, you know, I'm basically full HP. Another hard room. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, okay, this might just kill me, because this modifier is still really powerful. Okay, let's find where that guy spawned. Right on the edge. Okay. yeah, the exploding guys are a problem, but like, you know, I went for double hard room, right? Serves me right. I could just go for normal rooms and not have this issue, right? Okay. Let's try to start another run, just again see basically how the thing feels a little bit. Just play through it a little bit. Well, actually no, let's do some work, because I can do this when I'm tired as well. So nest crawler, what I want him to do is also spawn an arrow on him, because it's really, like, you should really kill it, right? It's really of vital importance for you to destroy the thing as soon as possible. So let's see. Start call. Yeah, we're gonna do spawn an arrow on me. So we're gonna say indicator manager dot instant dot spawn arrow, place indicator arrow. We're gonna place it on this dot transform dot position plus vector 2 dot up times 2, perhaps, perchance, times a 1.5. And then what else do I need? Indicated object is this dot game object. And then can we do could I also do like, so what does indicated object do? Could I also like do could I also do destroy? Could I do like this, but pass the game object indicated object, you know? And then we're gonna do how can I sort through them? Can I do indicator array, or we can just do for int I equals 0 until I is less than indicator array dot length and I plus plus, and then we're gonna do if indicator array on position I dot indicated object equals indicated object. We're gonna then, well, we're gonna destroy that arrow, right? So then I can just do this, and then we can do when we get damaged, right? We can do this, remove or destroy arrow. There's the game object, right? And we're gonna, let's just do a bool has arrow equals false, right? And then we're gonna do here equals true, and then here we're gonna do if, and then this equals false, right? So I think this way we can make the Nest crawler a bit more of a, you know, we can highlight it a bit more, and I think this is good. Now let's just check how this feels. So let's just quick start. I'll just give ourselves the Nest crawlers modifier and go to the next room. So yeah, what we want to do first is this needs to be a lot higher, apparently. Let's do 3. And we're gonna do public void place arrow on me. We're gonna do this, and we can also kind of create, you know, I'm gonna do if this is true, we're just gonna return, right? Then you wanna place an arrow if it's not placed already. Okay. Because I want to spawn it not as soon as it kind of appears. We want to do it when it comes out. I think it's gonna feel a little better. So let's do Nest crawler. Open you up, and then here we do a screen spawn. Okay, and I think let's do it here. We're gonna do Nest crawler, place arrow on me, and that's it. I think that feels good. Let's see how that looks as well. Yeah, first we need this to be even higher. And then location indicator. If indicated object is visible. Okay, let's try it again. It didn't seem like the destroying worked though. This, yeah. So let's do, first we need to do, if this isn't null, and if that's gonna be better. I think there's like some ways where you just kind of drop a question mark in there and it just does, basically it tries to do it, but it doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't work. Why? What is the issue? What is not set to an instance of an object? Like which thing? Brother? What goes wrong here? Is this the issue? Right, I don't save it under nothing, right? Right, I see. So we need to do to have a list of, let's do private location indicator. There's going to be a list of location indicators. Indicators no ID, right, equals new. Else we're gonna do if it's more than I, here, else we're gonna do this, dot add indicator, right? And then here we're gonna do this dot count, and then we're just gonna do this instead, and this. Yeah, I think this is just a better way of approaching it than with the IDs. I think the IDs are just not that good, because this is completely, you know, it's easier control. I think I just might do it like that. So let's continue again. Once more. Yeah, so this works now. Let's try to go to the next room as well. So we're gonna also do master crawler, and we're gonna do this Like I don't want it to kind of accidentally lose it, right? But let's see. So what happens, or where does this get called actually? So damage, is this after the damage gets calculated? Seems like it. What about armor? Damage equals 0. And then we have on damage specific stuff. Okay, cool. So I can then just do, if it has arrow and damage is more than 0. So it doesn't get cancelled until you damage it, right? Okay. So let's continue. Bonk. So like if I shoot it, like nothing happens. But yeah, we can also do, okay. One thing that I kind of don't like on the enemies is when you break their shield, it should also kind of give them the thing. Check for armor, sure. But like, where do we break their armor? This happens on the enemies, right? Yeah, which is awkward. Because you should still get damaged here, you know? Well, what I can do is we can just do here if specific damage type isn't melee, right? We do damage equals 0. Actually, we do both of these things because we also don't want that thing to have to appear. Right? So we want to do it like that. So now, as soon as you break the shield, it also does the damage, which felt kind of weird before. Yeah, I think that feels way better. I'll just do this. So like as soon as you hit it, they already lose HP, right? Which makes killing them a lot easier as well, right? They don't kind of block the first hit. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. So now we're gonna do, should I make indicators? Okay, let's see. Indicator. Indicator arrow. I am thinking, could I make this is in here, eh? Could I make like another version of these that are gonna be more, you know, more serious? So like what I'm thinking is just making them, you know, red. So the way I would achieve this is by having this be white and then having this be, you know, like that, perhaps. It's more of a, you know, kind of important, right? Let's try to see how this looks. Enough space here. Well, mostly. Let's just, because we have space, let's just put them here, right? So these are, I would imagine, 32 by 32, and they're all in the middle, okay? So let's do 33 by 32. And how, okay, this is at the top exactly. Then I guess this one is just next to it. The same goes for these two. So let's apply that. And then we're gonna do, okay, this is the smaller thing and this is the big thing. And we're gonna do, yeah, we have, this is the sprite changer on it. Okay, sure. So what I need here is the, this isn't pooled, so I don't think I need to worry about that. So we're gonna do serialize field private sprite array, and we're gonna make these called danger sprites. And then when we create it, right, let's do public void set as danger arrow. And if this happens, we're gonna do main indicator equals danger sprites, no, screen edge indicator is gonna equal to danger sprites 0, and then main indicator dot, we're gonna do, let's just drop this in as well. So we're gonna do private, what is this? This is sprite changer, right? And here we're gonna do dot, what are these? Dot sprites. Okay, can't I change? I can't change the sprites? Surely I can, eh? Well, we're gonna make it possible then. So we're gonna do serialize field, private, and we're gonna do, no, what? No, just public void change sprites. And we're gonna do sprite array, new sprites, and then this is basically gonna do sprites equals new sprites. So sprites equals new sprites. So here we can do change sprites, and then we're gonna do let's do danger sprites and danger edge indicator sprite. I'll just do it like this because it's going to be a lot easier. And then here we're going to do danger sprites. And here dot sprite. No, this is let's just make the main indicator also change immediately. So we're going to do danger dot sprites equals danger sprites 0. So it's immediately changed to the correct one. And then we can do indicator manager. We're going to do place arrow on me. Let's insert a bool is danger arrow, right? And this equals false by default. So then we can do, we create this thing. We're gonna do if is danger arrow. We're gonna do indicator dot change, no, set as danger arrow. And let's just do the same here just in case. And yeah, now I just need to set some images, set some components, and then we're good to go, I think. Right, and I need to make that a danger arrow as well. So here, you are a sprite changer, yeah, so I need this. And then we're gonna find you guys. And this is the edge indicator. And then these are the ones that I need here. There we go. And that's it. And then I also need to change this on the nest caller. So place indicator arrow on me. We're gonna do -1, null, and true. There we go. So now this should be a little bit more kind of in your face, right? Like really be careful about it, or react as soon as you can. So let's see how that feels. Try to see it again. I think this feels good. Yeah, I think this is fine. Let's log these changes. So when a nest crawler is spawned, there is a big red arrow placed on it until you damage it, so you know where it is, and gives another indication that something important has appeared. And then another one is when enemies with shield get broken, they now take the damage from the melee attack that broke it. When enemies with shield get broken, they now take the damage from the melee attack that broke it. Okay, good. I don't think them not repairing, I think this isn't necessary, right? Like if they're too low, I think just the fact that they now take damage immediately from the breakage and the blockers being able to get stunned is good enough. Add more branching to the map. So now let's see what happens like what I'm gonna do is, holy, yeah, this would kill stuff. So what I want to do is first let's remove this, and then we're the first biome. So let's load the second, not biome, the kind of the third part of the dungeon, right? Whatever. Because I want to see like the amount of enemies that are kind of spawning at that point. I've definitely lowered it by quite a bit, by a huge amount actually, so let's see how that feels. I definitely don't want the game to be too hard right now. We can still adjust these things later, right? Oh, another cool idea that a member of the community suggested is nest crawlers could be like an additional exit that the player can enter, and maybe there is a special event or something in there. Corridor level. Perhaps, and as a reward you can go to any level you want in the next row. That could be interesting, right? That like you basically create like that you can go in any kind of area, right? Let's see how that would look. Oops. So like if I have the map and then a nest crawler spawns here, I can go in and then I guess a new level gets generated, right? So at the end of that level, of that corridor level, you can have a door for every level in the next row, then draw the additional path, perhaps. Right. That could be really interesting, I think. Okay, so let's go to the next boss again. Then load the next room. And see how the level is looking here. Okay. I'll take this. This seems good. Nope. So the melee is just good right now. Sure. Oh, should have taken the other one actually. It seems really easy, but maybe that is better, you know, maybe I don't want to make it too crazy. Although I did skip all of the early game kind of health scaling for enemies. And I guess the modifiers do matter a lot more than it seems. Right, they really are kind of... Yeah, like enemies take 5 damage at full HP. Oh, that shouldn't make a lot of difference. But like it could, right? Let's say you have like a really high hitting thing. You know, this would really put a stopper into it. Like it wouldn't kill all the little dudes, right? I will partake in this. Instead of this, maybe instead of this. Bonk. Like, I think it's fine for the game if I can, you know, manage to beat it somewhat consistently. Because the later kind of biomes are gonna be harder. So, I don't know. I'll just buy all of these. I'll just go full mortar, like God intended. Repeat shell, bullet, no. Just all mortars. Sure. Let this fight a little bit more. Yeah, this would be a lot bigger, I think, at this point. Yeah, no, for sure. I've skipped like half the game. Holy shit, that's crazy. Yikes, that's not that good. Oh, infest mortar, I don't mind that though. It does have the static though. This might just be better. Yeah, screw shells. Full mortar build. A little bit of laser, but like, let's go full mortar. Oh shit. Yeah, just kind of have to be careful still, right? Even though the game is easier, right? Bonk. I think we just take this. You know, that's probably really good on these repeat things. Holy shit. And again, this one I think is pretty fine if you just kind of destroy with the melee attacks. Oh shit. I mean, you know, definitely could have died really quickly. Got this, which was really strong, to kind of... This one is really insane, actually, because of the melee doing so much, right? Destroying shields and destroying bullets. The bayonet is really, really strong. But I've set myself this whole thing. Well, I can check to see if everything works then as well. Okay. Why is this one red, eh? Why are you red? Well, good to know that this is a problem. So the indicator thing is, I'm guessing, indicator manager, additional managers. No, it's here. Huh. Is this pooled? It isn't, right? Wait, do you have them like set before? Indicator manager? No. Or do you? No, you don't. So why do you create it? Wait, does this happen again? Like if I just play, will it always be that one? Huh. Why? Why do you create a red one on the doctor? Let's see, indicator, location indicator, no. I just did this. Huh. What? Ugh. Oh, right, oops. That's why. That should help it. God damn. So let's So yeah, let's log this change as well. The amount of enemies has been reduced again, especially in the early game. Okay. Okay, now we can really do this unbreakable bullet thing. I do like that idea a lot. So let's check our modules here. I'm gonna check neutral bullets. We're gonna do empowered. There's gonna be a ranged enemy bullet by ID 5, and this is gonna be ranged enemy unbreakable bullet, right? Well, let's do it here instead. Right. Unbreakable ranged enemy bullet. So everything stays the same. We're just gonna do different sprites. Yeah, instead of this, and let's first check how this would look in the game, so I can know that this is like the right way to go. Let's do a quick start. Boom. Let's kill all the enemies and let's spawn this guy. Okay. Now we're gonna see how this bullet looks if I... Oh, didn't I open it yet? Let's open it up. So how these bullets look if they would be kind of empowered, right? So what I'm thinking is maybe we can try to change like the inside and the outside. Or maybe we can do like a black thing. Well, we could also do, what if they alternate, for instance? What if we do that, right? So we do this and this. Right, so it's kind of, you know, you might have to alternate a little slower. But that might be all we need, right? We can just try to do that. Okay, another option though is when this kind of shines, right? Make a little bit of a spike thing. Oh, come on. Why did I quit? Yeah, not the most kind of fortunate loop. Okay, let's just try to go with that, and then we can, you know, we can figure it out later. Wait, I'm just gonna check if I have these here. Bullets in game.png. Sure. It'd be nice to kind of have a way to save, you know, what you have opened, and it might already, that might already exist, but I haven't seen it yet. Okay. Let's go to our documents, game dev and art and no modules, and then this. So let's copy you and just make an alternate version of it. Boom. I'm gonna copy these two, paste them here. First we need to go back to what we had and then paste these. And then yeah, let's do a, so yeah, we have the unbreakable here. So let's do these two. And I think the animation speed can be slower. Damage can be the same. And then what do we do? Okay, let's see how this works. I think this happens on the bullet base, right? So level manager, no. Looking for bullet base. So then we do player, melee, no. Okay, then this might happen on, wait. No, I want to just check here. So size, if size equals 1, forward amount, range. Okay, where do I have the unit faction? Right? Do we call this anywhere? Okay. Shooter faction. Sure. If it equals 0, sure. If it isn't equal 0, winged, okay, sure. Unit faction ID equals 1. This is damage, sure. Equals 1. It's just, okay. It doesn't equal 0. It's just here. So how do I control this then? trying to find a place where I player melee, enemy base, ladybug, shooter, enemy. Interesting. So does it happen on? Okay, let's find the player. Melee slash. Oh, just a second. I have a call. Okay, here we go. I've managed to do the thing, I think, in the middle of that conversation. So let me show you. So these you can still kill, right? When you have these fuckers that you can't, right? These are kind of, you need to dodge them. So that's it, right? These you can dodge, right? And then this bigger shots are, you know, they're bullet hells, right? You have to dodge them, right? So let's make a small, short little recording about this. So I can also show it to the people, what I've been, you know, doing. Let's also bring him down. Right. Okay, let's just mini boss. Can I just kind of put them down here? There we go. So this one then also kind of, you know, creates a good enough challenge. So I think like these shining, you know, bullets kind of have a good feel about have a good feel. What does that even mean, man? They feel reasonable, like in terms of how well they're indicated, right? It's definitely, you know, it's going to take a little bit. You're going to have to kind of understand, okay, these bullets are, you know, annoying. They're going to definitely kill me. But I think the first time you're going to, you know, reach this mini boss, you're just going to learn this really, really quickly, that these types of bullets, you know, they don't care about melee attacks. So let's, well, this was recording after a ton of time. And let's trim the thing. Right, boom. And we're gonna make this a recording on 19th of May. Save. And that's it. We can make, we're gonna make this into a, where's my, is it here? Yeah, here. And then just drop it on this thing. Boom. Don't keep the audio because I don't know if, no, it didn't even record it, so. And also I think I might go on a lunch, on a breakfast break real quick. Okay, good. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go on a breakfast break, and I'm gonna be back as soon as I can. What do you have then on the agenda? Wait, let me see first. So yeah, unbreakable bullets, that's done. Yeah, I'm gonna do this probably after that. So you being able to melee while reloading, and that's gonna just cancel your reload. I think that's gonna make, it's gonna feel really good, right? So you can kind of melee if, you know, if things are, if you're in a bad spot, you can always, you know, you can always melee. And yeah, then we're probably gonna try to do most of these things today. And maybe I might also start working on the first character, some starting items, because I want to kind of get that thing down in terms of how that's going to look in the main, kind of in the headquarters, and also, you know, start working on that area, because like right now, yeah, I think I want to do all of that this week just to get that thing out of the way. Because like this thing is really, really annoying that this is empty. So I want to make the office for the general, and I want to make the room for the player. I think this needs to be done as quickly as possible, so it's kind of, you know, it's ready for the game. And yeah, also then we can make some sort of a locker room for you to select an outfit, and then maybe like, I don't know, another drawer or whatever where you will select some starting items, and then I have to figure out like how exactly that would look in terms of the game. Like when you unlock, I guess when you unlock the first thing, you're gonna have an arrow and you're gonna kind of have to go there, right? Even the pilot is not gonna let you start a new mission, right? Or maybe somebody takes you there, right? I could also just control the movement, but like I think that might be a little bit weird. Maybe yeah, just the first time you unlock an outfit, you get kind of you get escorted there, you know, and then I think the outfit is not gonna be, I think the starting item is just gonna be like the first item that is in your inventory when you open it. The outfit you're gonna see, because it's gonna be like a different, it's gonna look differently, right? So yeah, and then that just kind of saves it as a starting setup. So you can select one item. We might even do 2 items. So like one gun mod and one item, because I think each character is gonna unlock a gun mod. So like for instance, the doctor is gonna unlock the ability for you to have a split magazine. So having like 2 magazines that you can swap between each other. Then the engineer is gonna unlock a longer magazine, but it's gonna have, or no, a magazine mod where your speed fire rate is a lot higher, but there's gonna be less kind of one less row for modules in the magazine, and it might also be a little bit longer. And then the scientist is gonna unlock you a shorter magazine, so maybe 6 or 8 spaces, but it's gonna have one more row for modules, but it's also gonna have a longer reload time, right? So you're gonna be able to create stronger, more impactful bullets, but the reload speed is gonna be slower. And yeah, I think this is gonna essentially kind of change the module part, right? So we could also split it for this to be like a module starting item, and then the rest can be, you know, just an additional thing that you can set. So I have 2 ideas, both of which are going to be probably unlocked with the doctor. One is that you can chop the blue mushrooms to gain. If you chop a blue mushroom, you will gain an ability charge, but abilities recharge 50% slower, right? So like the reload time is twice as long, but each chopped mushroom gives you an ability charge. So this might be a lot better for characters that have longer ability cooldowns, right? And then the other idea I have is for red mushrooms, and the idea is that more red mushrooms spawn, but they always disappear when the room ends. So when you kill all the enemies, when the room is complete, they disappear. So you have to chop them during fighting, right? Or maybe they disappear after, you know, a short delay. That might be better, because otherwise you can just leave the final enemy. Maybe it's better if they just kind of have a timer on them. So I'm gonna write that in real quick. So let's do right here. No. More red mushrooms appear, but they hide into the ground after the enemies are defeated. Or maybe even better if they are on a timer. So you can't leave one enemy and easily still chop everything, right? It should be like, there should be enough happening, right? So maybe, yeah, they can just be on a timer. So even if you immediately destroy the whole room, you have all the time, you still have some time to do that, right? Or maybe make both limitations, and then whichever comes first. I think that's even better. So if you like kill all the enemies immediately, the mushrooms also hide, right? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna be right back, or as soon as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna continue from there. Cheers. Oh, oops. Let me do this. Hopefully it works immediately, as always. Probably not. Ah, there we go. Nice. Oops. Okay. We back. Works. Okay. Let's see. Bought myself some carrots. Okay. Yeah, let's do this thing. Let's make it possible for players to melee I'll just close all of this. Sometime enemy evolutions can appear again. For example, I received the empowered enemy shot with an evolution, then had a chance to pick it again when I defeated boss. Oh! Shit! Okay. Make sure same evolutions can't appear twice after boss fights. But I can really quickly test that. I'll just start a new run. Also, now there's a default. Okay, wait, check. Now there's a default chance for enemy bullets to be able to split. I think that evolution carried on to my next game. Oh. Well, it should show up if it's there, right? You should be able to see it. But if the evolution isn't there, then there might be a bigger problem. Might be something wrong with the pulling system. Although the puller is separate, so it shouldn't be a thing. I don't know. Right, let's do this. And let's add all but 3 evolutions that already exist. So we just have 3 boss level evolutions left. Let's load the next boss. So what if I choose this one? Do I have 2 of them? I have 2 of them. Okay. Would be kind of spicy for them to be able to, you know, stack. But yeah, let's not do that. So, boss level. I see. So let's do this, where x dot item dot id. Oh, where where game manager dot run settings dot current items dot contains x, right? This should remove all of the existing ones. Okay, great. Yeah, it's kind of weird that those would appear. Like, I was thinking maybe there could be like a problem with pulling the same bullet. But otherwise, I don't see how that could happen. Yeah, imagine, right? You just stack the nest crawlers. Oh, pretty spicy. So I don't have any of these. Right? So this and this. Yeah, didn't have any of them. Good. Okay, that's fixed. Easy fix. Let's log that change. Evolutions. You have already obtained and no longer appear as choices in the mini boss reward thing. There we go. Okay, mailing while reloading. So, oops. Player, attack. What is this called? Yeah, we want to do that sooner. So again, just to be sure, like this doesn't really happen, but I just want to be, I want to be sure that this won't be a thing. So we'll just do this dot clear right here, right? Just in case. So that's one problem. Is reloading equals true? Right, and this happens here. So we just need to cancel the animation. Okay. So let's check how we can cancel that. Player. Let's open the animator. So reload. Do I have another layer for it? Of course I do. So player reload. We have a couple of options to how to exit out of it. So either by cancel reload. Find cancel reload. This is when, if we swap magazine, there we go. So now melee. So yeah, cannot do it while swapping, let's say. But then if is reloading, we're gonna cancel the reload, and then we can, still melee, right? I think that's good. Let's see. Okay, let's just load the next. No. Ugh, crap. Let's just start from the beginning. In the beginning. Okay, let's see. So I can shoot. This looks normally. Something definitely isn't working. What if I don't reload? I mean, if I don't cancel it. Works normally. The problem is if I cancel it. Something goes wrong here. What does go wrong? What goes wrong here? Show me what your issue is. Cancel reload is a trigger. So what happens here? Why doesn't this compute? What is wrong here? Reload and in finish, we do this, sure. We reload the shit. We do this, sure. We use reloading false, mega empty false. Current magazine showing. Why doesn't that get triggered anymore? Because the sound definitely does. Like reload, sure, and reload trigger. What am I missing here? Player. Wait, is this a bool? How can I know what this is? Wait. Set trigger. No, it is a trigger. Maybe I need to do it there. Is pressed, yes, I can hold it. So that might have been a problem, let's see. Yeah, because I can hold this. Because I play it immediately. But like, sure, let's do this then. So triggers actually stay true until they're triggered. That's actually interesting. I didn't know that. So now things should be fine. Okay. Another thing that I need to do here is so so what we can do here, for instance, we can do public bool check if you can melee cancel reload, right? And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do if reload cooldown image.fill amount is more than 0.6, let's say, we're gonna do return false, right? Otherwise, we're gonna return true, but we're also gonna do some stuff here. We're gonna be tween reload tween equals, and we're gonna do this dot stop, right? I'm gonna do reload cooldown image dot fill amount equals 0. Yeah, that's about it. And then in the player attack, when we try to do this shit, we're gonna do if is reloading right? We're gonna do if this or and but is this correct? Yeah, if the cooldown amount is more than 6, then return false. Otherwise, we stop and return true. So if this is true, we also do this. But like, we don't want to do this every time we melee, right? So if is reloading, and if this, then we do this, right? Else we return. Right? So now you can, the thing I want to avoid is like if a person is already through the reload, through most of the reload, you kind of want to start meleeing, you know, just to kind of, to do the first thing after the reload you can melee, right? So you wouldn't want to have that be cancelled as well. I think that would be just a little annoying. So this is still normal, I'm pretty sure. There shouldn't be any difference here. Huh. I need to make it 1. But also, what if I, let's try another thing. Yeah, when it's too late, it's too late, right? Maybe it could be even less. Maybe we can do, if it's more than 7.5, right? Went through my gameplay footage, the empowered shots didn't carry on to the next round, I just didn't notice I got them again. Ah, good. Because that would be, I really wouldn't understand how that happened. Appreciate that. Okay, so now let's check it again. Yeah, I think this feels really good. So one last thing that I would want to do is kind of stop this sound, but I don't think I can do that. Can I? Play audio, new, reload sound. Yeah. Does the reload sound have, let's see, reload sound, what are you? Sound group 0, which is bullet shot. Interesting. Some enemy evolutions you can get early on feel too strong, like enemy bullets being winged, plus empowered bullets is eventually death sentence. I mean, I really don't think so. It's definitely a nasty combo, right? But you know, it's just, I think the game can definitely have situations where it creates really harsh kind of difficulty, right? But like, you know, let me try to play that. We're gonna start fresh. We're gonna do, maybe I'm wrong, but like let's do the winged and the empowered bullets just as a bonus, right? And these are like, this is a, you know, you need to be at least after the first mini boss, right? So you get a lot of power by that point, and you need to choose to get that, right? So like it's kind of your own fault if that happens, right? You don't need to choose, you know, to go for volatile projectile, right? That's your choice. Unless, of course, you go into a hard room and that gets randomed. Well, in that case, yeah, but like it's the boss level of the golden evolutions can appear in hard rooms, but they're only for the duration of that one room, right? But in that case, again, you know, you chose to go into a hard room, right? You don't have to go into a hard room. You get me? Like it's kind of, hard rooms need to be hard, right? Like for instance, like I'm sure there's some, you know, here, yeah, you kind of can't do anything else than go to a hard room. So that's, again, something that might have to be dealt better in terms of kind of dungeon generation, right? But also, you know, I don't think it's that, you know, bad. Let's try to get into a situation where this becomes hard. Not here. I need some ranged enemies to actually exist. Not even gonna equip anything. I'm just gonna kind of play with the base shit. But I really don't think it's that big of a deal. Let's see if we can get some shooters. So this is the first time this could actually be a problem. I would like, well, this is obviously easy. This is like, let's turn this off. Let's try to create ourselves a situation where this becomes a little tougher. Oops. Okay, hard room, so even more crap. I have nothing. I have like 20 billion evolutions. I have the splitting thing, and shooters and spawners taking less damage. Let's see, well that's a little insane without any kind of anything, right? That took a little bit of damage, oops, took a little bit more. Maybe I just need to take care of these. I was a little greedy. And so this is now going to become a lot more dangerous. I guess I just have to take care of the big things first, or the spawners. Those would have to be, but like that's good because those are supposed to be like target priorities, you know. Well, it's definitely challenging, right? But like it's not too bad. Also, if you're like really, if you want to play a little bit more kind of aggressive, what you can also do is let me wait for him to shoot a bullet at me. Shoot an empowered bullet. What you can also do, well, you can let him actually work. You can come closer, Jesus. Yeah, there's not going to be an empowered bullet, eh? can do this, right? And just kind of get rid of them. So yeah, while I do think that this is definitely harder, right? I mean that it is challenging, right? But I have nothing on me. I have 5 evolutions. I haven't equipped a thing, right? And I was just fine, right? I just lost 3 HP. I mean, I lost more, but like, I healed back. So it's like, you know, altogether in that room, I lost 3 HP. And I was really greedy, right? As well. I can play a lot more safe and not do stupid stuff. But again, I think, you know, if that happens in a hard room, right? That's fine, right? Because it's a hard room, right? It's supposed to kind of present you with a challenge, right? In the early game it's fine, but at the point where there's so many enemies in your skin that you can't target Boombas. Sure, I can definitely see that happening. But again, right, this is gonna happen because you're in a hard room or because you chose that evolution, right? So it's like you kind of, you know, you have to be very about, like, am I gonna be able to handle that? Am I skilled enough to evade these attacks with either melee or with my ability, right? Or I should just kind of go through different routes. I believe that's okay. I think the game should have moments where, you know, things are hard, especially if it's not like ultra forced on the player, right? If this is just kind of happening because they risk a little bit more, right? Same goes for the nest crawlers, right? The nest crawler's evolution is a death sentence unless you really are careful about focusing them down whenever they appear, right? But also, I have reduced the amount of enemies, so that might be different in this build as well. That's also a thing. One thing that might make the game easier as well is one thing that I've already done today. I'm going to show you right now. So you see the armored enemies. One thing that I did is that you can now cancel their attacks, so you kind of stop them from attacking you. Unless you kind of hit them too soon, then they still attack you. So if you melee them right before they attack, or in the middle of them, you know, lunging towards you, you cancel their attack, or you cancel their movement. You can still get damaged if you stand on top of them, but you cancel the movement of the attack. And the other thing is, before, when you broke the shield with melee, they didn't take damage, but now they also take the damage immediately. So it's a lot more easier to kill those two. And that's also applicable to the, you know, the Boombas, because they shoot you, and I mean, when they shoot, they have armor, so a lot of times you kind of melee to defend against that, and then you know, just passively kind of get a few shots in as well, right? I think I'm gonna make myself like a challenge where I need to defeat all the bosses without anything, right? Oh, I see the first boss is actually, or this one is kind of problematic. It doesn't spawn the eggs. I have to fix that, which is gonna make it a little harder. But there we go. Let's do this. And let's go for the next boss. And let's see how well I do against this one with empowered shots. This one might be a little crazy. So let's see. Okay, survive that one. Don't know if I'm gonna survive this one. Well, I might, I think. Oh shit, they follow. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. See, that's why you have to test the game. Otherwise, this would have gone straight to the game. Yeah, no. Yikes, that's not okay. Let's do. Where's my shit? I've closed all of that shit already. Okay. Melee damage. Is that it? No. Melee swing. Melee swing slash. Melee swing slash prefab. Melee slash damage. Melee slash damage. Okay. So what I need to do is also do this shit, but on the bullets. So we need the bullet base. It is though, like you are the things that you're worried about in terms of the difficulty of the game is concerning to me, because I don't want the game to be too hard, right? And definitely I don't want to create situations where the game is just, you know, where the game feels unfair, right? So like I hear you, you know. Don't get me wrong, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to kind of to decide what is like the right way to go. Where do I have that? Volatile critters? No. Winged. So 59. So let's also do, it needs to not have this ability. So this is the unbreakable ability. My main problem is that at certain points it feels unavoidable to not die to a homing empowered combo. Since you can destroy an empowered shot, sometimes it can pop behind you. Oh, but you can destroy, though. You know? You can, wait. I'm pretty sure you can destroy an empowered shot. Let's see. We have the empowered projectiles. You mean, yeah, you mean like because there's, you can't get to it. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely concerning that it's, you know, that it might be really, how do you say, really annoying, right? Yikes! Yeah, no, this boss with these two modifiers is just a mess. Ay. I see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. You know what, I'm gonna keep this in mind and kind of try to see how the thing feels. Because this first boss is definitely really, I mean, the shooting boss is now really strong. it's kind of funny, but like the bullets that are not following you are creating a bigger problem. I mean, the problem is you can't kill them, right? If you could kill them, then it will be fine. I think the empowered bullet, I think those charges shouldn't be empowered. I think that's how I can fix that issue. So basically these unbreakable bullets are part of a pattern and they shouldn't have empowered versions, right? So I can do shooter mini boss. And then here, when we have the unbreakable bullet, we're gonna do, we're gonna for now just ignore this second part and just do this, and then comment this out. So empowered bullets cannot, or not empowered, but like the unbreakable bullets cannot be split because that creates just a too much of a hellish situation. So then I can also change the wording of that like evolution, that normal enemy bullets can become, you know, empowered, right? So now if I get this and this, oops, and then, oops, do this. In general, the golden evolutions feel kind of unbalanced, like some are way easier to deal than others. Maybe make it so that the harder evolutions will reward with better items. There's some rewarding the risk. Yeah, you're definitely right there. Some evolutions are definitely like, this one doesn't really matter, while some of them are really, really strong. You're absolutely correct. And I will either have to balance the difficulty of them, or make some of them not even be a hard evolution. Because like the nest crawlers one is pretty nasty. Like we can track them. So like the volatile projectiles is, I think, not the worst one, to be honest. Chargers attacking more often is also not a big deal anymore because these are just the little enemies. Critters can spawn mutated, which makes them explode. This one is just a death sentence most of the time. This one I think is the hardest one. So I might rethink this one. Spawners spawn twice as many enemies. This one usually isn't too big of a problem, but it can be, especially if I make it work on the nest crawlers as well. This one becomes super nasty, which I think I will do. All critters spawn in pairs can be devastating, but usually not. Usually it's really not a big deal, right? You can kind of survive this one without too much issue, right? Like it would be, this one, it would be worse if it would make all the critters have more health, right? The drones in eggs is easy to deal with as long as you don't trigger the egg event, but nest crawlers can easily end your run. Yeah, so like, so eggs can spawn drones. I'm gonna change this one to also be able to spawn, you know, shooters. Now it just spawns the blockers, but essentially it should also spawn the shooters and the spawners. So it's gonna get a little more nasty. Enemies taking 80% reduced damage from the projectile type they were last hit by. This one is also really, really nasty, but you can absolutely play around it. Especially if you combine stuff with melee attacks, right? You can kind of, especially now that the melee attack is bigger, you can definitely play around it. But it's, you know, it's a really nasty modifier. Enemies splitting into two of the same enemies with 2% HP is absolutely crazy. This one is also really, really annoying, and it can destroy your run. And yeah, that's it. So really, like, this one is not that bad. Unless, of course, I make it to work on the nest crawlers, which is gonna make it a lot, like, really volatile, really dangerous in a situation, right? The melee attack is low, even though it's not a projectile. So the melee attack is low. Oh, wait, sorry. I think adaptive armor also gets triggered by melee attacks. So the melee attack is lowered even though it's not a projectile. Yeah, but like, you know, you can use the melee attack and then you can use the, you know, another bullet and then the melee attack again. Like in case you have just bullets, for instance, right? But it can definitely, it can be really, really annoying, right? But again, right, it's gonna only happen, like this is gonna be annoying if you have a certain type of build, right? But like you're either gonna find this in a hard room, which, you know, you risk it, right? You risk going into a hard room, and I probably really need to make it somewhat possible for you to avoid hard rooms if you want. But like this is the you know, the problem with hard room. Like these essentially, all of these mutations, now that I look at them, can be really bad in certain situations, right? In certain types of builds that you're going for. And I think that's good in a sense, right? I think it's good that like they kind of punish if you go for something really hard, and then these are kind of, you know, some, like these are like roadblocks for certain builds. So you have to either choose them from a mini boss fight or risk getting them in a hard room, right? But the warning makes it seem like melee should be unaffected. You know, you might be right, and I might also, wait, doesn't it though, let's see, what is this called? Adaptive armor. Adaptive armor. Let's see how exactly this works, because I don't actually remember. So, if hit module is last hit bullet, wait, no, this doesn't matter. So these should be null. If last hit bullet shot type is equal to hit module dot bullet shot type. No, so it doesn't work. So yeah, they are, the melee is ignored, and let's check if that's true. Let's enable adaptive armor, and let's just load the next room. So this takes 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And this takes 10, and then it takes 2. Yeah, so melee is unaffected, right? Oh, but I wanted to check, does it work though if I melee? That's what I need to do. That might not work actually. So if I do, come on. Let's add the adaptive armor. Boom, and let's give all of them a bunch of HP. Okay, let's make me immortal as well. So this is all 5. Right, and then this is 10. Okay, let's kill these. Let's just spawn one enemy so I can see how it works. Okay, so this is 5. I'll make it a little bigger. And then if I shoot him, it becomes a lower number. But if I hit him and then shoot him, oh no, it does reset it. So it works exactly like it should. Great. The golden evolutions by themselves are fine, but there are some nasty combos like critter pairs plus slime strain. Then, yeah, no, it's fine. Like this is good that I kind of check these things, right? But yeah, definitely some evolutions are really, really nasty when they are paired together. But I think that's kind of the beauty of it, no? Because like every game kind of scales differently, right? So sometimes you're gonna get a lot more of a nasty combo, but sometimes, you know, not as much. I guess this should be more balanced, right? It shouldn't be so volatile, right? It might be, yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's see if I can play against this shitter normally, if he has empowered bullets. Yeah, these aren't the problem. I mean, they're definitely strong, but like, I can dodge them. And then this one cannot create an empowered bullet anymore, so I can just dodge them normally as well. And really, if I'm just not careful, that's where I'm gonna get get got. Like otherwise I can just do this easily. Right? Yeah, let's leave it like this for now. You know, you should be able to reload, so this now works. We're gonna do changes. Let's do new stuff, because this is like, it's change. You can now melee. You can now use the melee attack while you are no longer blocked, or you're no longer you can now melee attack while reloading, but it will cancel the reload. You can now melee attack while reloading, but it will cancel the reload. This is also possible only in the first 75% of the reload time. To avoid accidentally canceling the reload if you just wanted to melee right after reloading. There you go. Not really that for nerfing, but at the very least certain combos should have a bigger reward if possible. Oh, so you mean if you get a certain combo of evolutions that you get a bigger reward, like in those rooms in particular? Because at the moment, like, hard rooms do feel a little bit under, although they do have like the chances. Yeah, so like in hard rooms you have twice as big of a chance for essentially the number that determines how strong of modules and bullets drop is twice as big in hard rooms, right? I see. So, yeah. No, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, that could definitely be doable, right? Basically, write an array or write a list of kind of insane combos, and then if an insane combo is present because of the random evolution that was, you know, given in that particular room, the reward could be bigger. That could be a thing. I could see that happening. It's also like it would feel a little better, right? I'm gonna write that down as an idea. So if a hard room gives you a piece of a really strong, if a hard room gives you an evolution that is a part of a really strong evolution combo, the reward for that room could be higher. There you go. Right, so this, and then what did I also do? Alright, we're also gonna do new stuff. Some enemies, okay. Unbreakable enemy bullets. I'm gonna do this. Big Boomba enemy. Big Boomba mini boss now has unbreakable bullets for his circular attack. Mini boss now has unbreakable bullets for his circular attack, which makes them be immune from player melee attacks, but also from any positive evolutions, like homing, like winged and volatile projectiles. Right. So let's also change the wording of the evolutions. Right, so we're gonna do where's my winged? No. Enemy, we're gonna do normal enemy projectiles home in on you. And then we have volatile projectiles. We're gonna do normal enemy projectiles or sometimes empowered. There we go. And we're gonna also write the wording on those two evolutions has also been updated to reflect this change. Okay. And then we can also string tables, items. We can just pull the items table. Good. Okay. Right, let's do this really quickly because it's just annoying. So we're gonna do tutorial, and then I'm gonna do magazine, and then modifiers. We're gonna do, where's my where's the button? Where's the button? Is it here? Surely not. Check modifiers button. There we go. So what I want to do for this one is just first make it non-interactable, and then also canvas group, and just drop the opacity to 0, and that should just kind of make it disappear. Apparently completing the final level breaks the game after talking to the general. Oh, that's a thing still. I was just looking at a bug report about it, and I was thinking about, is this still a thing? I'll definitely check that. Check the whole game if you can normally finish it. Specifically after you finish the final level and talk to the general. It definitely might be just, kind of empty, because What am I trying to say? Because the idea is you're gonna unlock more stuff, right? And maybe I just kind of haven't done that. Good. This is a little funny though. I can make that as well. Let's also do this, and then we're golden. So another thing, I'm gonna put this in polish, is the first time enemies gain an evolution could be a bit more grandiose. How do you grandiose? Slower animations, some enemies, bugs grow stronger type stuff. There you go. Okay, this is done as well then, so let's check it off. Boom. I'm gonna drop this in the fixes. Check evolutions button has been removed from the check evolutions button has been removed from the tutorial level. Also, every time you complete a new mission, the general still has the arrow pointing at him. Yeah, okay. Let's try to fix that issue, because that's annoying me as well a lot. So let's see what the deal is. Okay. Where is the general? So after you talk to him, let's see what happens actually. Does he have quest complete dialogues? And this is just the one, right? It's just always, this one always happens. How did the mission go? And then you say complete it, blah blah blah, and then I trigger an event. What event do I trigger? Event 2. Okay, what does event 2 do? Open quest menu, because the quest is complete. Sure. But then when you complete it, right? When you complete it, we'd add a new quest. Okay, let's see. Quests. Where's my quests? Here. General. So quest reward is mission 2, and we sure. I don't understand why there's two of them. Aha, this opens the mission. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. So when this happens, let's do the reward screen, I think, is what I'm looking for. Unlock screen. So let's find quest. It's all of them. Okay. New quest. We do quest manager unlock quest. And when we unlock the quest, we do these. Yeah, I don't see how this happens or why, but let's then do this debug.log arrow placed on general, and let's see where this happens and why. Let's fix this issue once and for all, because it is really annoying. Just a sec. Okay, let's see what's happening up in here. Sure. So let's abandon a run. Go to Hewett quarters. Quest. Thank you, and then let's do this. And then let's do this. Arrow placed happens here. Why? Okay, so arrow placed happens from where? Here. Okay, sure, but from where? Place arrow on me. Set generic dialog, end action. But like quest complete. Oh no, yeah, that's fine. Wait, why does this happen? No. Shit, I didn't notice when this happened. Set generic dialog, end action. It happened on the dialog controller, but like when, brother? When we started talking to them. So let's check the general then. Because this might be just a simple mistake then. So, dialog trigger, we don't have an end event. Set. Yeah, but like it didn't, did it? If dialog event dot end. I mean, I guess it did. But here we're gonna do bool just talk to him equals false, right? And then we're gonna do this if just talk to him but wait, this happened here? Quest complete. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't think I need to do this here. Okay. Let's see it this time around. Okay, now I can check this, what breaks here, right? Bonk. Morning, man. How's it going? Let's see. Okay, now I can check the whole thing. And this kind of fixes the thing. Game jam started, but my team is semi-AFK. Oof. That's not good. To say the least. Yeah, but like this is the problem, right? You know, people have, because this is not like something that are paid for. It's not like, you know, it's hard to get a good team. Like I was once part of a game jam team, and to be honest, the team carried me a lot. But I told them in the beginning, right? I can do some art, because people were kind of, you know, should we do something like this together, right? And I was like, you know, I won't be, you know, I won't have a lot of time, but I'm absolutely down to help with a little bit of art, right? And so that was like the agreement from the beginning, and I did very, you know, little. I just did a little bit of art for the game, but basically the game was made by other people, and I didn't really contribute much. Just a little bit with brainstorming of ideas, and then that's about it. And then a little bit of art, of course. Okay, let's do this. It gives you a free course. Oh, okay. Well, if it's not too late, and you know, just be playing with them, you know, just say, you know, I would really like to participate in this, and I'm totally fine if you don't have the time. Just let me know so I can know if, you know, I should do something on my own, you know, something like that, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough kind of social situation, right? Okay, the arrow does disappear from him. But also, let me just do let's just do this, and when we do this, we're just gonna do this, not game object. because this one is using the same one, so that's why there was this weird thing happening. Okay. I think this just makes more sense. There we go. Oh, sorry. No, wait. I missed a lot of conversation. I was kind of focusing on this. I managed to decompile the game code. Since you still have the code for the cocoon item, does that mean it will be making a comeback? Probably not. I think the cocoon item was a little weird, to be honest. A little too loud on the stream. Oh, the music. Yeah, perchance. Let me just reduce it by a bit. There we go. I think that's a little better, hopefully. But I did have some ideas for characters. If anyone's interested to weigh in, just let me know, and I'll gladly explain the ideas that I have for starting setups and characters, or outfits rather. I would love to hear what you think, but yeah, only if if you're interested. How quiet should I be about the stuff I find here? Well, you can ask me first. I definitely don't want you to kind of, you know, share the code and like share the whole like project. You know, I don't know what you plan to do with it, but like, if it's just like for personal stuff, it's fine, but yeah, you know, don't put up the code for the whole thing anywhere. I wouldn't appreciate that. I'm gonna come after you. No, yeah, sure, like I really don't mind. There's nothing there that's like hidden, I think. You know, use your best judgment. There's nothing like spoilery there, I think. So yeah, I have a couple of ideas for characters, and I've written some of them down. Wolf Mom. Well, let me show it to you. It's kind of, it's not a wolf, it's just, how do you say, what, can I even get there? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I managed to break the game. Okay. So it was like, did I do stuff too quickly? So that's, no. Oh, why does this happen now? Oh. Place indicator arrow. Wait, where does this go wrong? Here. What? Oh. Something wasn't saved. Let's try that again. Okay. Bonk, bonk. Okay. So far so good, I guess. Let's see if that unlocked. It didn't. Okay. So I need to find, I need to unlock the right mission. But yeah, first let me discuss some characters. So the ideas for characters that I have is, oh yeah, these are not the ones. Okay, so the ideas that I have is, one is gonna be from, that you get from the, not characters, outfits. I'm talking about outfits, which is exactly the same thing. It's just like you're still gonna be the same player, right? The same character, just in a different outfit. But one thing I'm thinking about is getting an outfit from the NG that's gonna be like a digging suit, and you're gonna be able to, instead of dash, you're gonna have, like, you dig into the ground and then you can move a little bit out under the ground and then pop out and do a little bit of kind of, you kind of knock back enemies and maybe get a little bit of a buff in damage. But there's gonna be some negatives to that. One is gonna be that obviously you're not gonna have as many like ability charges as this one does. Like the ability is gonna recharge slowly, at least, if nothing else. Maybe you're gonna have 2 charges, but it's gonna recharge slower, right? So it's gonna be basically stronger than dash, but on a lower cooldown. And then I have another idea for a character that you're gonna get from, or outfit that you're gonna get from the doctor. And I'm thinking about you gaining you're gonna still have somewhat of a dash, but it's gonna be like a slice with a melee attack. So it's gonna be like a melee attack dash. And another positive is gonna be that melee attacks are gonna apply a debuff to enemies that's gonna make them take more damage, but a downside is gonna be that melee attacks deal like 50% less damage or something like that. So it's gonna be like, you're gonna be able to utilize the melee a lot more, but you know, it's not gonna deal damage on its own. Shouldn't buff from the dog be that you can heal a little? Yeah, the healing is something that I'm like a little afraid of kind of giving players the option to, right? At least depends in what kind of way, right? I would rather give the players the option to spend HP to gain something, you know, either spawn some stuff or, you know, do a shit ton of damage or something like that. And then you can have like a risk reward, you managing health for, you know, damage boosts. Or whatever else, right? I did have an idea for a starting item though, where more red mushrooms would spawn, right, as a positive of that item, but the negative of that item would be that all red mushrooms have timed lives, right? So you have to kind of chop them quickly as you enter a new room, otherwise they're gonna, you know, disappear. But more of them do spawn, right? So you get access to more healing, but it's a little more risky because you have to kind of get it quickly, right? You can't wait for the end of the room to, you know, to obtain them. And then, you know, coupled with that, you could maybe use this sort of ability that spends your HP, right? And it could be like a really glass cannon-y, high risk, high reward type of, you know, play, right? But yeah, I don't know. Also, let's check this. So let's unlock all the missions so you can see which enemies are quote unquote wolves. They're not wolves, everything is bugs. I just named them like that. Because I was thinking like it's a pack of wolves. I'm gonna start working on that really quickly, really soon. Just like after I kind of finalize these things, the thing that I'm currently working on, just make a really solid build, I'm gonna start working on this second biome. So this is gonna be the ice crystal, whatever. The ice biome, and that now there's just these enemies in who are like similar to blockers, but they kind of when you clear enough of their HP, they hide into the protective shell and start healing. So you have to kind of knock them on their back. But yeah, they obviously don't work anymore because shield has been changed a little, but like it's a small change to do. But if we go to the next room, we have these here, which are basically, these are like the wolves, you know. And what they do is they spawn these wolf cubs, and they kind of, you know, make them charge towards you, which kills them, but they also kind of destroy walls, so like you can't hide behind the wall because they can rush through it. That's the idea for this enemy. So they kind of spawn these little critters that charge you, right? So you have to be, you know, careful. This is at least the idea currently, right? This might be different later on. But yeah. Ballistic missiles, yeah. So yeah, this is what's gonna be happening in the next couple of months. This and then also the final biome, which nothing has been done for it yet. But yeah, like even if I load the boss, I don't even know what happens. Does it just load the normal boss, or it just breaks the game? Yeah, it just breaks the game. So yeah, a lot of work to be done there. But yeah, those are the wolf enemies, wolf in quotation marks, and the wolf damage, I think, is meant for walls that like they have special damage, which is wolf damage, and like if they hit a wall, it one-shots it. I think that's where I reference like wolf damage or whatever. So yeah. Anyway, let me remove this so I don't mess this up. And yeah, don't need these things. We can close them back down. Okay, what's the next on the docket? Right, I still need to see what happens when we finish the final mission. I'm gonna do fixes. Fixed a couple of issues with indicator arrows in the HQ. I'm not gonna even explain what I fixed, because I also saw that like if you talked to the doctor, it removed the arrow from the general as well, because they were using the same ID. That system was just a mess. Happy to have changed it. Okay, what do you want? You want mission number 2. Let's do that. Let's load the final room and just win the thing. Bonk. Nice scream. Bye. So let's see if this works normally again. I think it should. Good. So that's level 3 now. Let's load the final room. Bonk. Okay. Thanks, man, I appreciate that. Okay, so let's see if this still breaks the game. Let's clear the log. Doesn't break the game anymore. So yeah, we can log that as well. Finishing the current final mission no longer breaks the game. Can also make that change in the Discord. Oh, shit. Should have asked that as well. Because I probably have no quests. Yeah, it doesn't change anything, so it just breaks the thing, of course. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I need a generic conversation for him, but like that's not even gonna be a thing, so I'm just fixing a problem that's not gonna be a problem later. Yeah, whatever. It will still break if you talk to him again, though. Can I just maybe disable his thing, if that's the case? So we can do character general, and we're gonna do set dialogue, no. So otherwise we set a generic one. So if no quest, we're just gonna do dialogue trigger dot set active false, right? And then I can check this again, which is a little annoying because I have to play it like 20 bajillion times, bajillion times. But it is what it is. First, let me just check if this fixes the issue of, like, do you still have a conversation with him or not? Hopefully not. So you can't even talk to him anymore? Okay, good. That fixes that issue real quick. Another thing that I want to do is when... where's my character? Pilot. General wants to talk to you. So this guy, and then sure. Yeah. We could add some events on this shit. So this is dialogues. No, we are looking for dialogues. Pilot. Go to general, and I don't have any events here, do I? No. So let's add some events, just, you know, in case. So why don't I have this for others, eh? So 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. We're gonna go to doctor, character doctor. We're gonna do case 7, go to, oh, oops, I need this as well. Go to doctor, go to NG, we're gonna do character, oh right, Smith. And then finally general, go to general. So 6, 7, okay. Let's just have this opened. And we're gonna add these things here as well. So he kind of does this thing for all of them. So let's do pilot, go to general. We're gonna add an event here. I think event should happen first. We're gonna do event 8, right? Go to general, there we go. Is it correct? Like, how do these work? Yeah, first event, okay. So go to doctor. We do event 6, I'm not mistaken. Yep. Go to ng. We're gonna do again event 7, right? Yep. And then yeah, scientist. Oh, for some reason we don't have this, but let's do this anyway. So scientist 5. Go to scientist. Do I do this anywhere else? Generic start. Event 4. Event 4. Tutorial. Event 1. And this one also doesn't have. Well, sure. That's fine. Let's see if this works better, right? Nobody wants to talk to me though. Yeah, so okay. Let's do, let's cancel the game's settings and let's start fresh. And see again if that start works or if there's something weird happening. Let's change this game marker to 1 so we don't have to play the tutorial. And boom. Okay. He has an arrow on him, which is good. Got it, got it. Now, like if I close, hello, if I go here again, it's gonna show it again. The only problem is it spawns multiple of them, right? He now has 2 of them. Yeah, that's okay. That's a little awkward. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna basically tighten up the. What is it? Well, I'm gonna tighten this thing. Okay, so let's just remove this because I don't want to use this logic because it's just bad, right? And then we're going to remove this because it's just bad. And then we're going to remove this. Well, we're almost going to remove this. We're going to change this a little bit. We're going to do... We're going to change this a little bit. Then we don't need this. So we're going to do, we're going to rename this to indicators. And then destroy indicators arrow. We're going to remove this one. Don't want to use that one at all. And then here, we're gonna first do, we're gonna check if this is already, yeah, if it already exists. So we're gonna go, we're gonna do this for int, if it, like if we find this, right, if we find one, we're gonna do this, but a little differently. So not this, not this. We're gonna do, we're gonna return this one. But then if it's danger arrow, we're also gonna set it to be danger, right? If we change it to the danger arrow for some reason. So that's it, and then I need to fix this across the game. So yeah, let's see. So remove arrow from me. This is biome boss 1. So we're gonna do instead this dot game object, and place arrow on me. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this dot transform. There we go, fixed. Next. This is on the nest crawler, so we don't need this anymore. And that's it. That's all I need to do there, I think. Next. Have the character jam guy. Yep, no longer need this. Just use yourself. Use yourself in the music. Again, just remove the -1 and bye-bye. This is tutorial level. There should be another one here, right? So we place indicator arrow on the healing mushroom object. Oh, okay, yuck, okay, yes. We destroy this object though, so this might be a problem, right? Yeah. I guess that is a problem. Okay, I see a way out of this tutorial, and we're gonna do shroom, forced healing shroom. So you are gonna have a, let's find where you are. We're gonna give you an empty parent. That will have your position. So let's copy position. We're gonna paste the position and make you go back to 0. So then here we can do this dot transform dot parent, right? Although, yeah, this is still a problem then. So maybe I need to kind of save that too and just not worry about it too much. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of, I don't like that, but like, it's just a healing shroom parent. It's just, you know, it's just one little thing. So we're gonna do this. And here we're gonna do this. Like, it's not ideal, but it's, you know, it works. Especially since this is just a, how do you call it? Right, I need to fix the rest of the stuff, okay. It's not that relevant because it's just the one scene in the tutorial, so if it's a little bit wonky. Problem is that like stuff that is used all the time is a little bit wonky in my game. That's the real issue. Destroy indicator arrow. Sure. the scientist. On the scientist. So we're just gonna do HQ logic dot instance dot character scientist. Dot game object. And that's not even a thing anymore, I think, but you know, let's just fix it just to be sure. And then we're gonna fix this as well, and then obviously at some point we're gonna check the whole thing if everything works again. So where's my healing shroom? Boom. So I think, let me just check to see if this works. I think it should, but let's just make sure. Blah, blah, blah. Seems good. Okay. Can add another polish thing. When indicator arrow is destroyed, there could be some animation. Maybe just scale down if nothing else. There we go. Okay. So I think this works, but we're gonna have to check the whole thing again, but I'm not gonna do that right now. This was done, but it's also gonna be done again, so that's fine. Starting setups menu. Yeah, so this is like the big thing that I want to kind of tackle this week, right? One is the explanation of melee swing destroying bullets, right? I don't know exactly where I can put this. I think it's also something that players can kind of learn on their own, you know. Wait, let me just check something. Module, blah, 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 modules. And neutrals, and this one. It has an ID. I could just add a random ID to them. Just check the ID, it would be much quicker. You can definitely just add IDs to these. IDs to these? It's not obvious that you can do it, but after you do it once, it makes sense. Yeah, no, for sure, but like, do I need to explain it, you know? Do I need, I think like the first kind of biome, you're not even gonna need this knowledge, right? Is it gonna be on Steam? It already is. I mean, it's not released yet, but you know, you're most welcome to wishlist it. The link it's the first link in the description, if you for easier searching. But yeah, wishlisting it would mean a lot. I really need to fix these things. Like this is just, this needs to be updated. I think the rest of the stuff is mostly okay. And almost this one is also mostly okay, to be honest. Like you can really see that this is outdated, you know. unless you really closely inspect it, right? Here you can see that it's kind of weird, right? But okay, whatever. But yeah, I think like the last biome is where you're really gonna need to know that you can do that, right? Because it's gonna be more bullet helly. And I think that's gonna be a place where you're really gonna have to kind of understand that this is a thing. So I'm thinking that maybe, you know, maybe you can just be told at some point by a character, and then it can be added to the instructions menu, you know. Maybe, I don't know, maybe after the first time you see the big Boomba boss, right? But yeah, I don't know. Wish lists, I have 260, this many, 2,652. Not that many, but also not that few, you know. It's also a good amount as well. But yeah, nothing special so far. Yeah. Yeah, or something like that, right? When you get killed by a bullet, I think getting killed by either the shooter, shooter enemies, right? By whoever shoots you. Yeah, that's a good point, right? So basically, as soon as you get hit by or as soon as you get killed by a bullet, right? But also, right, if you've already figured that out, right? Yeah, maybe. Because I could definitely make another page in the instructions menu dedicated just for this, right? Just make another page specifically for what the melee does. I don't know if I can add it here. It's gonna be a little bit too much. Or I could just add it in the beginning, you know, and just like maybe add it so like on this page where you get explained the because one suggestion that a friend of mine gave, right, was that maybe it's not you who makes this notepad, but the doctor could tell you, like, you know, this is the information the previous guy left or something like that. And then it could already explain the fact that you can, you know, destroy bullets. It's a little wall of texty-ish, which I don't really like, right? It's better if this is kind of explained in the game. Like, unless I make a really, I don't know exactly how to explain the bullets. Like, if I remember playing the tutorial of Enter the Gungeon, and I think there's just a section where you get shot by like rows of bullets, and they explain you the blank thing with which you can kind of clear the room of bullets. But like you basically get, you know, hand-holded through that whole thing, where basically a character that's been in the dungeon or in the dungeon before explains everything to you, right? Just through play. Now, why he has those like testing facility there, that again doesn't really make sense, right? You can't make a worse tutorial than Astroneer. Really? What did they do? I'm interested now. Is there like... ugh. Is it like this? No, surely not. I mean, it could be, right? They gave up and just... okay, so yeah, so this is... That's interesting, because like the game looks to have such a high fidelity, you know? Visual fidelity, I guess. But yeah, it could also be really hard to... like, it's annoying to make tutorials, right? It's really not... It adds nothing to gameplay. It adds to polish, but it adds nothing to gameplay, and it's only seen once, and like spending a lot of time on it feels so bad, you know? I remember being interactive, and at some point they just changed it to wall of text. Yeah. It might have been that like people didn't get it, and they were just, you know, spending more and more time on the thing, and it just didn't feel, you know, because like for me, whenever I work again on the tutorial part, I always feel like I'm wasting time, you know, like I'm just spending time on the part of the game that doesn't matter at all, right? That if like the game wouldn't try so hard to kind of connect everything into the game's world, right? I could just, you know, make a simple interactable section right at the beginning of the game, just, you know, this is how you play, and you just get explained everything in a risk-free environment. And that's it, right? And just move on. That's what I did with NecroBouncer, and it worked really well. You basically got to play through all the mechanics. Because like this now is also really bad, because I just kind of show you stuff. But like you do, like this, you do experience this, you do experience this, you do experience all of this, right? You experience all of these things before. This is just to kind of lament, you know, to kind of make sure that people got it. Especially, you know, these couple of things. These are the ones that really need to be understood. Or like these, I guess. Like this is more of a joke that it's even in there, because like you get explained this nicely through the game. This is also basically a joke of like, this is kind of a weak explanation of it, and then you get the real one. So like these two are essentially the only parts that matter. Like you really need to understand, like the healing mushrooms healing, you know, you experience that, so you know. And then breaking enemies' shields, this is something that you absolutely need to understand. And again, the game forces you to experience this. It could happen that accidentally you didn't understand what happened, so that's why this is here, right? Tutorial is the first impression, and yeah, no, of course, right? That's why it's so, like, that's why it is important to make it good. But it just, as a, you know, to a game developer, it feels bad to work on it, or at least to me, right? It's not necessary that everybody hates it, but like, I don't think most people really spend a lot of time to make the tutorial the best they can, right? As long as it's good enough, you know. But I did play Green Hell, where the tutorial was like 30-minute adventures, so me and my friend skipped it and suffered greatly. Yeah, it's like a balance, but like here it can be skipped, so I don't know. I might make another page to kind of explain that part and just put the melee shield breaking on a separate page, because it is kind of uniquely important. I think that does make sense. I have this already. Well, shit. So this isn't even a thing anymore. Let's not save it. Yeah, I see. Well, let's extend this page. Although this, like, how big is this thing? I could make it a lot smaller if I would just make these as a separate things, but like on the other hand, it really doesn't matter, I think. How big is this? It's 1 megabyte. It's quite big for memory. I mean, not really, right? It's not big. It's really small. Nobody cares. Let's just add a page here. Let's first figure out how big of a page I need. This is gonna make it exactly the right size. So this is how big it needs to be. That's what, 160? Okay, let's just add canvas. I'm gonna do plus 160. I'll just add another page, I guess. Oh, how big is this supposed to be? Let's start from this corner then. So here, what I would then do is, not you. So there's the magazines, and these are the, okay, this is the rest, great. That's easily kind of changed. So I'm gonna do this. And then select these two layers and just place this here. And I think I should also be able to kind of separate them a bit more since we have more space now, you know. It might even make sense to do something like this. And just have one line of text and another line of text, you know. It's gonna be a lot cleaner and easier to understand. So let's do this. Put this a little bit higher, maybe, perchance. And also, let's put this a little bit higher as well. And we can do this and this. I think that's good. I think this one can still go higher. And then here we can explain the melee attacks destroying bullets, right? So we're gonna use this. Just kind of delete these parts. I can make sure that it's correct and just use this. And then we can add a, where is it? This thing. And then how can we color them? Like that, I guess. And do this, for instance. Kind of make smudges for them. Maybe encourage the player to melee more by slightly buffing its knockback. That way they're more likely to discover it by accident. Yeah. The problem is, like, it has to be somewhat bulletproof in terms of like how understandable it is, which is really, really annoying to think about. Because sometimes I've made like some things in my games, like in my opinion, so freaking obvious. And it's still people didn't get them, you know. So I'm afraid of that happening again. Oh, nice. So tell me something. If you make, like, would you be able to make that like an actual mod for the Steam page? Or like, how does that work? Yeah, it's a little weird sometimes. You'll have to enable Steam Workshop integration if it's done through Steam. But like, yeah, sure, but like, I can just probably enable that easily, no? And then is that enough for you to, you know, I guess publish a mod for the game with just that? And as I'm using Betmix, huh. I don't know how Steam Workshop works. What I did is basically a CS file that just modifies max health value. Interesting. But yeah, like that's what I'm wondering, you know, because I would love for the game to be moddable. But like as much as I looked into modding or like to prepare the game to be moddable in Unity, all the tutorials just basically come to that you can, you know, upload a 3D file into the game and load it into the game. But you can't do that with scripts. And I'm like, well, how the heck can people freaking add multiplayer to games through mods, right? Or add a bunch of characters or add a bunch of content. Like you need to add scripts for that, right? You can't just add a 3D object, right? It's... Yeah, so what you need to do is, it's a little strange in the game. Wait, let me check if I can find how this exactly works. There were stats in the game at some point, right? And what you need to do is increase the max health stat. So that's essentially, I think, because it's using this, right? This is where it sets to 20. But then when I had stats in the game and you would increase the health with stats, this is where that was changed, right? And then you see like the comfy jacket just kind of increases that amount here. So if you manage to change the max stat, stats max health. Oh, interesting. So yeah, like you can try to change this. You can try to basically for each, this is set to 0 now because I disabled stats in the game. But like for every of these that you increase, you're gonna get 4 more HP. Yeah, I understand. So if you manage to change this, then it's also gonna work with, you know, with the comfy jacket or whatever, right? So I guess like if I would want to make the game moddable, I would have to make my code super readable, right? Which isn't a hard thing to do, at least for like the parts of the game where this is really relevant, right? I would just have to make everything super clear so it makes sense, right? Yeah, adding comments on everything. Yeah, I think that's not a big deal. I can just go through the whole game and kind of add comments in the, you know, in the places where this needs to be kind of better documented, right? Or just make a cheat sheet about how the game's code works, because some of, you know, there's a lot of spaghetti code in there, but like I could make like a cheat sheet about, you know, whatever kind of thing you're trying to do. Let's say, you know, I'm trying to add an item and I can then, you know, write about how that works in the game, or like how bullets work in the game, or how whatever, right? I could basically write these things, I think. Yeah. And my programming skills also don't help with that, let me tell you. Okay. You know what you can change since you're doing that? The most fun number to change. Although, how would you do that? Yeah, that's a little hard to do. But like basically at the beginning of every room, the amount of nest crawlers that should be spawned is generated, and it's set to 0, and then on hard rooms it can be 1. Like 50% of the times, and then if you have this modifier, it increases it by another 1. So I guess this would be a lot kind of harder to mod, like items like this, right? Because you can't just change the value, I would imagine. So I might need to do some stuff a little bit differently to really make it moddable, right? Because adding checks like these, right? Unless I make events in like all the suitable places, and then you can kind of attach stuff to it. Like, can you subscribe an event to stuff, you know? I don't know. But yeah, like, congrats, you made the first mod, I guess. Okay. Right, I was doing this. Make it more object-oriented so you can just change values with a command. Yeah, I definitely get that. It's just I don't know how to do that for effects, you know, how to kind of because all the items in the game are, you know, scriptable objects, and all the bullets and module effects and blah blah blah. It's just how they're activated is just a different thing, right? You can definitely adjust values to the, let's say, to, you know, specific module effects, right? There's like, let's say, let me lower this. So like module abilities, right? Let's say Pierce 2. you have the, you know, the ability numbers at the bottom. And if you just change this first number, it's just gonna change it to, you know, whatever you set. I don't remember exactly why I have multiple. Aha, right, I know why. Because the other two are for were for scaling at for like the biotech mechanic. But yeah, otherwise you could just do this and that would work, right? But like, this is fine for like changing effects, at least most of them. But like, you wouldn't be able to, you know, add a new effect because you have to kind of add in a code where that effect is procced, right? I would imagine, I don't know. Still a bad programmer and haven't done any C# without trying Terraria. Now develop. Yeah, no, sure. But like, I don't know, you know, how like well, how well it needs to be prepared to do a little bit more. Let's add some smudgeroonies. Isn't this, oh, right, let's do simple ink. Wait, why is this indexed, please? Thank you. And let's make this a little lower in opacity, and then I can do this. Okay. Oh, oops. Another thing I see is you hard-coded for the worm jacket at 10 health, or rather remove 10 health if the player does not have it, I think. No, so I think... Wait. Stats manager. I think what you're looking at is this, which is the Queen's Shield. So it's essentially this is a starting item that's currently disabled and probably is not going to be in the game. So like at the end, you know, these things just might get removed. This is the part of the code, right? Decompiling the code removes comments. That seems strange. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. But yeah, no, it just increases the. So basically, it does max health times, and then 1 plus item number, which is, you know, 50, or if it's bugged, it's 100, and then times 1 or like 001. So it's like this is basically increasing it in a % value based on the the item number. It's a little wonky, but like it works. Okay. So we could do this. Whatever. Let's copy you then. And then let's do a smudge as before. And then this, let's do this. And then here, we're gonna color this in, remove this, and then color this in. We can then kind of write, be careful about blinky ones, you know. So then you can have the main text here, you know. You can destroy, enemy projectiles can be destroyed with melee attacks. And then here, we just do, be careful about the blinker ones though. something like this, right? So let's save you, then export the whole thing. Oof, that's bad. Let's go back to RGB mode and export it like this. We're gonna copy you. And then let's do frickin' UI, this thing. And let's increase the canvas size on this, plus 160. And drop this here in. Drop this thing in. Save it. And then we need to fix this a little bit. Okay, not that bad. I'll do this first. And then, so these are all in the correct places. That's good. So we can just add a new one. Boom. Apply that. I think I made it work with the warm jacket now. Basically just added the code that calculated new health. Oh. Well, like, did you try to just kind of increase the stat? Because that should just work with everything then, you know? So now we need to go back to, where's my scenes? Oh my god, I'm tripping. Canvas, and then let's do frickin' instructions. How to play. There you go. Yeah, try it with the stats. So max health stat. The health bar is huge. Oh yeah, it just scales up, right? But yeah, just keep in mind that for every max health stat, you're gonna get 4 HP. So there's gonna be 20 plus 4 per max health stat, right? Page 1. Yeah, let's check how this looks. So page 1, sure. Let's make it bigger. Page 2 is still, this one is different now, sure. So page 3 is going to be changed with another page 2. So let's duplicate this, and this is going to be page 3 now. This is going to be page 4. This is going to be page 5. And now let's disable all of them. Open page 3. And this one will use the newly drawn thing, which is this, I think, yeah. Because this one uses the other thing. So now what I can do is we can take this text and paste it here. And maybe kind of bring it up a little bit. And then we can take, well, we can delete this. We can essentially duplicate this and place it lower right here. And we can then take this text and paste it over here. Right? And then I think this whole upper part can go a little bit higher, right? So this whole thing can go a little bit higher still. And now let's export it again. Copy, close it, and paste it here. So yeah. We just need to put this a little bit higher. Some bugs have reinforced shells. You can break them for a while with a melee attack. Okay, so that's page 3. Page 2, chop red mushrooms with melee attack to get healing orbs. And then we're gonna say here, this is gonna say, it's not gonna say this, it's gonna be basically similar to this one, I think. Enemy bullets, or let's say most bug bullets can also be destroyed with melee attacks. Most bug bullets can also be destroyed with melee attacks. Okay. Color. So, okay, let's see how this looks. Most bug bullets can also be destroyed with melee attacks. And then this one is going to be placed over here. Just be careful with the blinking ones. We can, okay, what I want to do is place this a little bit lower. And then I also want to draw some sort of an arrow towards it. Export this, copy the whole thing, and paste it here. I think I can do it even lower though. So let's take these, export, copy, close, and paste. We can maybe do this better actually now that I'm looking at it. Maybe we should place this like higher, like here. Like this. And then this would just be kind of flipped like this, and then export, select all, copy, close, go back here, paste, save, and then this text could be placed down here. And now we need to place this just a touch higher. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. export, copy, paste. Just be careful with the blinking ones. There we go. Works. Oh, nice. If you can't, I can. If you can't, I can DM you the instructions and the code. I'm on Linux and I wrote it for Windows version. Since there's only a Windows version on Steam, you'll need to run the game through Proton or just use Windows machine. It depends, but it still appears they don't heal to full health, but only 20 when. Yeah, so this is basically a bug with the item because I think it doesn't even state. It's like it says increase your max health by whatever percent and heals you for that amount. But I don't think that's exactly what happens. Wait. Item manager. This might still be hard-coded. So like comfy jacket. Yeah, you just get healed by 20, right? This is hard-coded, which is, you know, dumb. It should be... Well, I don't exactly know what it should be. It should just say it heals you to full, right? And then just... and that's it. Okay, what does this do? Change health. This. So let's do. Where was I changing that? Here. So max health minus current health. I'm just gonna do that so it kind of makes sense. So increases your max health by and heals you to full. Boom. Next one, you only get 20 health. And just add a line in my code difficulty of the player. Also, I zoned out. Do you want the mod plus instructions on? Oh no, you know, I really don't have time to tinker with this right now. But like, if it comes to a time where I wanna, you know, try to get a better understanding of this, I will definitely hit you up. But like for now, I just really can't take the time to do this kind of tinkering, unfortunately. But like I would, you know, I would like to know at some point how these things are done, just so I can kind of understand what I need to do to prepare it to be moddable, right? Which definitely opened my eyes a little bit to the, you know, possibility. I kind of thought, you know, as much as I was looking at the how to, you know, make the game moddable, it seemed so weird and like also useless because you couldn't add scripts. I was like, what is this? This is not a mod, this is just shit, you know? Sure, people can add their own images to the game. Like I want them to add their own, you know, logic to the game, not images, you know? I can do that, you know, differently. Like that's not a mod. I guess it is a mod, but like it's boring. Let's just do comfy jacket now heals you to full. No. I'm not sure about really posting it on Discord though. Like, I don't know, like it's, you know, how much can you kind of get out of that, right? Because like if somebody's gonna want to copy the code, like the game, they would come to the Discord server first, right? I would imagine. And I don't know how easy I would want to make that for them. Like this is maybe a little bit of paranoia, to be honest. It's definitely a lot of paranoia. Let's be completely real here. But yeah, I don't know. Let's wait on it for now, if that's okay with you. Let's not kind of push this too hard just yet. Yeah, I understand, but like, you know, I'm giving the tester role pretty willy-nilly, so a person that would want to copy the game would be, you know, would want to try to test it as well. So I think it kind of overlaps, but I do appreciate it though. Okay, so this is number 3 out of, let's do 3 out of 4. And then this is going to be 2 out of 4. This one's going to be 1 out of 4. Page page 4. Let me 4 out of 4. And then this additional page, which is going to be yours, is going to be 5 out of 4 as a joke. Might be changed later, but you know, for now. Okay, so page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4 stays the same, and 5. Yeah, and then this gets like kind of its own page, which I think is really good, because this really needs to be understood. So, okay, let's try to see these buttons then. So these are now, sure, they just need to be a little bit changed. So we're gonna put this here, and this one can stay here, basically, that's fine. Let's disable them. And then page 3 is going to have just 2 buttons that are going to be 5 and 6. 5 and 6. And then again, we can put it here. And we can put it here. And then this one is gonna have buttons, got it, button. 5 and 6 we have, so 7 and more. Crap, okay. Let's do them one by one then. 8, 9, 10, and 11. And then this one just has 12 and 13. What is the pixel art program you're using called? Is there some general rule design you follow? Yeah, so Nexium, got it. I don't think about like actual how do you say? Like the only rule I have, I guess, is to kind of keep in the same palette, right? And you can find palettes here, I think. I think they're here as well. Yeah, there we go. You can find palettes here. Or you can, you know, find them online. I think you can export a palette, yeah. But also what you can do is, I think it's lost, yeah. So here's a bunch of really good, like here's where I usually kind of find palettes initially. And essentially I have a combination of this palette and this palette, which I've edited a bit myself, like both of them. And then I added a bunch of, like a couple of colors for some background stuff and for some rarities. And then I just try to stay in this particular palette. But I still, you know, if sometimes I need an additional color for something specific, that's also fine, right? Like for instance, with the, with this thingamajig, with these papers, I added this particular color so I could draw the lines, because it's like any other color that I used. I think this was the closest one, and this would just make the lines a little bit too dark. So I just, you know, like this is how it would look. Oops, no, this is fine. This is how it would look, right? It is just way too harsh. So I just added a color for this particular thing, but I don't use it anywhere else, right? You can still add new colors to specific things if you need them, but you try not to, right? That's the idea. Can I get a palette? Yeah, sure. I just have to figure out how to export this thing. Save palette. I guess it's just gonna be like this, right? We can do doc downloads. So there's gonna be gif fob, oops, palette, palette, there we go. And I think that just makes a really small thing that I'm gonna increase in size, just so it can be viewed a little easier. So let's do sprite size, I just times it by 10, and yeah, that's the palette, right? And also I try to kind of really, and like you see for these bullets I have a bunch of different colors as well. This is like, I think, the most kind of different one. Well, like you can see that all of them basically use the same colors, right? For some here, you know, there's more rarity colors here that I've added just for this. And I also try to stay in these colors as much as possible, in the bottom ones, and just use these top ones as a supplemental thing. Even the grays, right? If possible, I don't use them. I use them a lot, but like the grays I use, I think, the most out of these, and then these. But yeah, if possible, I stay in this palette, right? Why is it so many blacks? Sometimes when I'm kind of adding new stuff, I just do this, right? And then just add new stuff. And then here is just so it's organized, right? So yeah, you can just kind of ignore that. But yeah, let me send it to you guys. So you and you. I hope I didn't miss you guys. Okay. So let's fix this thing now. So yeah, these are now not okay, obviously. Let's open all of them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then we have 12, 13. And I guess that's it. Oh, shit. Well, nice. Nice. Let's just clear this. And we're gonna log this thing in and then add them again. Okay. No, didn't I lock it? Oh my god, how many times I'm gonna have to do this? 20 billion times. God damn you. Okay, let's do it again. Okay. Boom. There we go. Unlock you. And then let's see. This needs to be changed now a little bit. So special 1. We do yeah, current button equals 0, sure. And then so for special 1 we want to go through pages 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So one more page. And then we have the got it button at the top. Right, so this is basically going to be changed to 8, I think. Will it? Yeah, it should, because it's going to be changed to this one, which is here, sure. And then for the special 3, we're going to be opening this page, which I need this button to open, so not 10, but 12. And then here, we're going to do this at 11, we're going to do this at 7, and then here we're going to do a little bit more of these page turnings. So first we have page 1, we have button 1 and 2. So it's 0, 1, sure, we turn to the second page. And then here we have 3, 2, 2, 3, 4. So that still stays the same. Okay, and then on page 3 we want to do after button 5, 6. So button 5, we do this again. And I think that basically solves the whole thing, I'm pretty sure. Could you also send enemies or buffs spreadsheet? It's only for me to learn pixel art. I'm not going to use it anywhere. Enemies or buffs. What do you mean by buffs? And yeah, sure, like this can easily be kind of extracted from the game. I think YouTubers do this all the time, right? There's like a bunch of software for you to do that. What is this? This is good, I think. And then, oh, I need pages as well. So we're gonna add Yeah, we're gonna add page 3. You see, this is Odin Inspector for you. It's just crap. Like it makes Unity worse. That's Odin Inspector. You wanna have trouble using Unity for not that much positive stuff. Use Odin Inspector. Like, I'm not trying to shit over it too much. It's so freaking big. Like, if I knew how much shit Odin Inspector has, I would never buy it. I would just use smaller stuff that just does exactly the thing that you want. But like, Odin Inspector is so huge that it can do so many things. But like, because of that, even the simple things are complex to do, and it's just ugh. Anyway. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you... Wait, let me find this here. I'm gonna send you this link from Alexa, which you are familiar with. Oops, let me not do this here. Let me do this here. So there you go. You can watch this, and he shows how to extract images from games, right? And you can essentially get, everything you want from this game. So I don't kind of send you one by one and find those things, because it's a little annoying for me to do. It's like, it's gonna take a little bit to find the thing and then save it in the proper file, because you can just do it here and just basically get everything you want. Most of the stuff is somewhat logically named, so it shouldn't be too hard to find, Put it in a bundle and sell them, yeah. Game is full of bugs. Asset pack, $3. Hey man. Oh boy. Anyway, let's see how much I messed up this crap. Hopefully I can just start it by... Oh shit, is this gonna work though? Got it button, got it button. Well, it looks like it might work. Let's just test it and then fix it if it doesn't work, right? The good old method. Boom. Blah 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 blah. Okay, let's see if it works. Got it. 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 And then once again, aha! Son of a bitch. Doesn't work. There's no argument exception in this shit. Or is it? No, it isn't. Okay, where's my button? It almost worked. It would have been great, it would have been wonderful, but I guess it's too good to be true, right? Let's see what I did wrong. How to play. Let's do the thing. Boom. Page 4. why wasn't this enabled? No, this one should have been enabled. And then if that one would have been enabled, this would have worked. So why didn't it enable it? Let's see if this works. Aha, son of a bitch. Okay. So I think, yeah, there's an issue right at the start here, I would assume. So current page, yeah, if special open, yeah. This needs to be oops, this needs to be frickin' 4. If special open ID special 2. Yeah, so I think this should fix the second problem. I don't know how the first problem occurred. Problem. If special current page isn't equal to pages count -1. What? Let's just test it again because it's a quick test and just see if this works. Then I can go from there. Would be kind of happy to get this done though. To just kind of, boom, this is also explained now. Congratulations, you know. Okay, let's see. Blah 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 blah. Got it. 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 It doesn't open it, and it has no issues. But like, this should have been changed. Oh, what is this? You disgust me. So that's where the problem lay? That's where the problem lay. Why am I not just doing this? Why am I complicating my life? Just do it like this. Oh shit, no. What am I doing? Leave this in. Just do this so it's like always the same. Okay, I think that does fix the problem now. You know? The fixing has occurred. It's been done well. Congratulations. You've been awarded the Spaghetti Award. How do you load items into the game? Brother, no clue. You're gonna have to be more kind of more precise with your question in terms of like, what do you mean load into the game? You know? Because I'm also really kind of dumb when it comes to programming. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. And then we do like, got it, got it, got it, got it. Boom. And then if we go down to this guy, blah, 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 blah. Got it, got it. And the bitch doesn't work. What happened? Hey? Oh. This is what happened. There we go. I think we're really done now. How do you write an item? I'm looking around and I'm not seeing where an item is defined with its stats and its ID. So yeah, this is the problem, right? I don't know how exactly this works in terms of like what you see, but essentially each item for me is a scriptable object, right? So, you know, for instance, well, well, for instance, whichever. And the same goes for evolutions. There are also items in the back end, right? And essentially all I do is, you know, I set an ID, which is unique to all of them, right? Each of them has a unique ID, which would be better if this would be just set automatically, but here we go. Then I set an item here. I add the description, name, flavor if it's ever gonna have, a bug description if it's different. And then I just add numbers to it. So one is a list of normal numbers and one is a list of, you know, bug numbers. And then, you know, the description just kind of inserts that in. So it's using this num modifier that kind of gets replaced with these numbers. But yeah, this is essentially how you add an item to the game. And then I also need to add it into the item manager list, which would be nice if that, again, if that just happens automatically, which I'm pretty sure should be possible to do. Where's my item manager? Right, it should be here, right? Yeah, so item manager has this list of all items and they need to be on it and they all need to have a unique ID for this to work, right? And that's it. And then you just need to kind of add the effect of it to the game, you know? So that usually looks like, surely I have an item somewhere. Yeah, so I do, where that item needs to take effect, I just do if item manager.instance.check for an item, and then I pass in that unique ID. And if I have that item currently on me, this is going to return true, and I'm going to, you know, I execute some code. And this is the part that I really don't know how this would work in a how this would work in a like how you would mod this, right? This is something that I'm kind of confused about. How you would mod this part, the adding of the effect, of like executing that effect, right? How would you kind of find a part of the script where you need to, you know, attach this to? Okay, nice. Like, can you, you know, insert, let's say, you know, I have this damage thing on the player health. Can you add something, you know, right here? Can you add a, you know, a code? Can you insert a code into another code in a certain place? That's what I'm really interested in. Because if that is possible, then I can see everything being possible, right? If that's possible to do, then I think everything should be possible. Yeah, there you go. Good with words. The wording has been done. Okay, let's see if this works. One last time, please. Tired of this tutorial bullshit. Got it, got it, got it. Speedrun. Boom, 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 boom. And then let's go down here. Hello. And then got it, got it. Boom! Done. Happy about that. We're gonna change, we're gonna log the change. So we're gonna do destroying bullets is now also explained in the how to play instructions. And then these instructions are going to be changed. Got it, got it. These instructions, or like this conversation with the doctor is going to be changed. So basically, she's going to give you like the manual of the guy that was there before, right? And then you're just going to kind of, oh, you know, you guys missed this about the modules, and you're going to kind of do that change yourself. So you kind of already prove yourself as the, you know, kind of that you're getting this or something like that. I think it makes really nice sense. This was a suggestion from a friend of mine, and I think it works really well. And then I can also kind of add the bullet attacking thing. Even if you haven't kind of accidentally learned it, it's going to be shown there, right? It's going to be like, oh, right, you know. And then maybe some characters, before you go to the third biome, they can, you know, maybe just tell you again, you know, hey, you're going to really need to start doing this if you haven't, right? I think so, but not directly. Like, I can do it directly, but how it works with a mod manager is it's slightly different. The end result is probably the same. I don't really understand exactly how it works myself yet. Very nice. I mean, that would be amazing. Like, if you can insert a function or like a code snippet into whatever part of the code, well, then the modding is really kind of, you know, you can do whatever, right? You can change the whole game in that case. Because like, if that's gonna be, if that's possible, I would absolutely be kind of open to the idea that you just make the whole thing open source, right? So anybody can access the whole source code of the project and they can just do whatever they want. And sure, there's going to be a bunch of people that are just going to, you know, kind of use that to play the game for free. But like, people are going to make a pirated version of the game as soon as it comes out anyway, right? People made pirated versions of freaking NecroBouncer that nobody cares about. And, you know, it got pirated, so whatever, right? I'm not going to be defending myself against piracy, and I don't care for it that much as well. Like, if a person doesn't want to pay for the game, you know, they can pirate it, whatever, right? I don't care much, because a lot of times either you don't have the money to afford it, or you can't really, you know, or you're a kid and you don't want to afford it, and that's fine, you know. They can still share it with the friends, and some of them are gonna have, you know, some moral obligation to buy it anyway, or they're gonna really enjoy the game and buy it later, or, you know, whatever. It's just, I don't see a downside in pirating games, to be honest. At least not on like a scale that it usually happens, right? It would obviously be a problem if everybody pirated the game, but like, luckily I think people have a bit more kind of morale that this isn't really a problem, right? Okay, sorry. I think I'm doing that already since I'm changing the max health stat for my mod. So I believe essentially it's the same as changing the code, but you write a C# file for it. Huh. Well, look, man, I would love to hear if you achieve adding an item to the game. That would be amazing. I will also love to, you know, help you if you need any more help with kind of doing that. And I would love to see if you can manage to just add a simple, you know, stat change item to the game, maybe something that changes the fire rate or something that's like really simple to, you know, do as an effect, right? I'm so confused. I can't run Asset Studio Master. Did I do something wrong? There's no really an X file to run it. I think you should be able to find the X file or something. I don't know. Like, what does he say? I'm pretty sure he's talking about Steam games, no? I plan on buying it when it comes out, even though I'm at this. Yeah, you know, this is the thing, right? And I appreciate that. And I think a lot of people are like that, right? People that are kind of, you know, if you enjoy the game enough, you're like, okay, you know, I'm gonna buy this, you know, just because I feel like, you know, it's fair for me to buy it, right? And I've pirated games before, right? I've pirated, the first game I've pirated was Red Alert 2, and I've loved playing that game. I had a wonderful time. And years later, when I didn't even play it anymore, I bought it just because I wanted to have it, right? And just like, I played this game a shit ton. I loved it. Back then I wasn't able to afford it. And just, you know, I bought it just because, right? I only pirate AAA games, yeah. I mean, you know, I obviously find even less of a problem with that, especially with how much effort they put towards kind of anti-piracy, and it just seems a little ridiculous, right? How about you make, you know, how about you don't try to get all the money from games, and like you have enough, right? Let's be honest. Just pay the developers and maybe don't pay the shareholders so much. Just maybe, you know, maybe abolish that whole public company structure because it sucks. It sucks for everyone, right? So there you go. Do that now. Make an item that will change a stat, a sketch the quick pixel of a card that should double player health. Dude, that would be cool. I would love to see if you manage to do that, and you can post about it in Discord too as well. Like maybe do a screenshot, not a screenshot, like a recording out of it. That would be really cool to see, you know, that you actually modded the game. Like that would be amazing. First I have to make a prefab. You have to make a prefab in Unity? What do you mean? Okay, anyway, moving on. Where do we left off? Explain melee attacks destroying. Boom, done this crap of a thing. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. You know what? This is going to be like a possible idea because I'm not sure about coloring these things. Although, you know, he might be right. Let's see how that looks. Since I have these things opened. This was an idea from a different friend saying that these things should be colored in, and I think that might be a good idea. So let's try to do that real quick. What is this? It needs to be indexed. Thank you. So what if I just kind of color the backs of it, you know? Just kind of make them a little bit more prominent. Is prominent the right word? Prominent. Well, who knows if it's the right word, right? Right. If it's the right, and if it isn't right, then it's not the right. Okay, so there we go. And then I can copy this thing, at least the parts that are behind the, or that are inside of the. So copy this, we're gonna paste it here, the smudges, smudgeroonies. This looks correct. And then again, let's put this to RGB. We're gonna export it, copy the whole thing and paste it here. And then just see if this makes any amount of difference. I think it's gonna do just enough. I think I have to make a prefab for it to work since it will have to load something. Oh, okay. Let's see if it got any more kind of, if it looks a little better. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's like subtle, it's a little bit, right? It's not too much. Yeah, good, okay. So this is done as well. Here, boom, boom. Okay, limit character relationships to 5. So one thing that I was thinking about is that maybe the thing that you do in the final bosses, which is going to be like the final event for the game, not the final event, final thing that you do for each character, right? you're gonna have some sort of an event with the final boss in each biome, that you have to have a maxed out relationship with a particular character to access that particular option. And I was thinking that I could design it in a way, basically make that thing first of all unlock a part of the piece of the final kind of level, and when you get all three you unlock the final level. But also, so there's some immediate thing that happens, you could also unlock the character or the outfit for that from that kind of character by doing that. So basically, maybe you do something that's really helpful to them, right? Something that helps them out in some way. You bring back maybe a part of that, cave or whatever, or part of that programming that is in there. And with that, you destabilize the simulation a little bit. And then, because you bring that back, that's something super useful to them for some reason. And they give you this outfit, right? So that's a really nice reward as well, and gives you a really nice kind of, reason to do that. So they kind of want you to do that. Maybe that's a quest for them, right? I think that makes sense. Anyway. Yeah, okay, let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Yeah, there's gonna be some spoilers on the stream, let me tell you. Because if I'm gonna be working on the whole game on stream, there's definitely gonna be, people are gonna get spoiled, at least the ones that watch are gonna be spoiled about what's gonna happen. Okay, let's see. I'm looking for, what am I looking for? Is it the quest manager? No. It's a shit. Oh, right. It might be the quest menu, perhaps, perchance. No. Okay, but I can find it from here. Okay, let's see. Where do I have my frickin' relationship things? Character relations menu. What is this? What is this? Do I have it here? I surely have it here, right? Right, quest manager. Where do I have that shit? Quest manager. There you go. Doctor milestones. Yeah, we have way too many of them. We just want the 5 levels. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we delete the rest. Boop, 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 boop. Right? And same goes for the scientist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ferverto. And also we're gonna make these kind of the same numbers for now as with the other one. And this might be changed later, but it's fine for now, It's it's whatever. Engineer, same for you. We're gonna go up to 5 and then delete the rest. And then I can also kind of start figuring out how quickly this happens, right? I also have 5 levels for the Goo Man. I might have levels for the pilot, although I'm not exactly sure about that. I'm thinking about, the pilot is kind of a character that knows a little bit more about the whole plot, so I'm thinking just about that he, maybe just when you defeat each kind of, or when you defeat certain parts of the game, you just kind of get an upgrade for the Pathfinder, but I'm not even sure if I want to go that route. One thing that I was thinking about is that initially, you could just have the one path, right? So you wouldn't have these branching paths on the map. You would just have the one path, and on the, on this Pathfinder, you could just kind of check how far away from the boss you are, right? And then he would give you, another battery, and then the branching would, happen. So you would have branching paths, or maybe the first thing he would unlock would you seeing what the next rooms are, and then finally you would have the branching paths. I also have it written in the game where you can only see a certain amount of spaces in front of you. So I can also change that number, so that could be something that is upgraded. It just, I don't know how long I want players to not be able to make those decisions. So I'm kind of reluctant on having that be part of the upgrade system, unless it happens like really quickly, like just after each game you get an upgrade. So like, more and more stuff is seen, and that's just like part of the, game getting a bit more complexity that is, kind of spread out through the first couple of runs, right? That could be interesting, perhaps, right? Perchance. God, I have to stop saying perchance. I'm gonna not be able to not say it anymore at this rate. Okay, so this is done. Characters no longer break when they get to level 5, I think. I think it just kind of works now, hopefully. But we're gonna have to check those, obviously. Starting setup menu. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be tackling this today, but I do think tomorrow is a good day to do that, right? You can't just say perchance. Ah, exactly. God damn. So what I want to do this week, in addition to what was done today, which honestly I'm pretty happy with, and I will see if I'm going to manage to do some more work in the evening, but I want to furnish the general's room over here, and also make him maybe sometimes just kind of stand or sit in his desk, right? And I think I'm going to make the desk like frontal facing, so he can essentially stand behind it, and I don't have to make like a sitting animation, at least not now, right? I can just position him on the chair. And then, so this is one thing. And the second one, but this is mostly just kind of visual, and then later on some stuff is going to be interactable, so you can kind of get a little bit of lore snippets here and there, right? But then up here, we're going to do the player's room, and I've decided finally that this is going to be the player's room. It's not going to be like sleeping quarters where everybody's sleeping. Even though it's kind of weird, maybe I'm going to add like, some sort of weird bunk beds in each of their spaces here, like for the NPCs. But it's a game, I don't care. What I'm gonna do here is the player's room. So what you're gonna have is like a nice little cozy thing. I don't know why it's cozy, because I like it. It doesn't need to be cozy, no, but like I'm gonna make it cozy. And there's gonna be a locker, like closet or whatever, where you're going to be able to select your outfits, at least, the ones that you have unlocked. Initially, it's not going to be anything, right? Maybe it's going to be locked if you try to interact it. But later, as you unlock the first outfit, you're going to be kind of sent here, maybe if you want to go to the new mission, the pilot's going to say, there's some new stuff in your locker room, you should check it out. And then there's also going to be another place where you have like, I don't know, like some sort of a closet for items, and you're going to be able to select starting items there as well. And then those are just going to stay selected until you change them. The only thing that I'm kind of bothered by is the respawn animation from the table, because I want to make new sprites for each character. There's going to be 3 additional ones, and I want to make all of this for them. What is this? And why is it here? Is this in the game? Hello? That doesn't seem right. Art. Let's do the player, and then player sheet. Let's make it bigger. No, it's not here, so this is just a mistake. Okay, good to know. Wait, but like, if I open this, it's not here. Oh, this is a little bit bigger. So I guess I changed this at some point. So yeah, I want to make these things. This is like, you see the inefficiency of space that I'm doing this in. Like, how big is this, for instance? This is a 4 megabyte thing that's probably loaded on RAM for no reason, for something that should be minuscule, right? And another thing that I've noticed, if I would just split these things into separate files, it would be much smaller as well. So I don't know. I might also give it a shot with the Sprite file importer, if that works any better, because I think the last time I tried it was kind of weird, but now I changed the Unity to 6. So it might be better. I don't know. It's been a long time. But yeah, essentially I want to redraw all of these for each character, which shouldn't be too much work, right? I still have the base for it, right? I'm just gonna draw the new outfit over it, which is really simple because I don't have to do the hands. So I just need to do the body. So most of this is just gonna be like copied frames. I think there's gonna be more work adding this to the game, to be honest, than actually drawing it, which, you know, is a thing, right? But yeah, the gun is gonna stay the same. This like Pathfinder thing is gonna stay the same. I just kind of want to avoid, well, this is, I don't need to do this, but I do want to avoid this one though. This is when you kind of wake up in the HQ, and I kind of want to avoid these couple of sprites that just seem a little annoying to do for no reason. But yeah, we'll see. The rest shouldn't be too big of a deal, right? They're pretty simple. So yeah, that's the idea. How exactly do you make new items like the jacket? I can't use the Unity GUI. I can only see the actual code. How exactly do you make new items? Well, here's the thing. I don't know, right? Maybe like in terms of creating a new, like if you're talking about that, about like creating a new scriptable object, I'm pretty sure you could create this through code, right? And you could just write the stuff for it in the code, right? The item SO is the thing that you need. So I'm pretty sure you could just create it through code, right? Create the scriptable object, give it a unique ID. So just check which ones already exist. Just go through like the item manager and just find the last item and get that ID and just add one, and then add this scriptable object to the item manager. I think that's how I would kind of go about it if I would have to add this through code, right? Yeah. Here's the thing. That definitely makes smart. Sounds somewhat smart. It just, I don't know if it's gonna work exactly. Like if they have to be like one by one, if they have to be kind of sequential. Because this is also an array. So you're gonna have to create a new array and add this to the end. So yeah, it's not gonna work. You're gonna have to, so like for instance, how this, I would imagine, right? This public void add item, right? And you would have, you know, I guess you would pass in the item SO, item, and then you would have to do, I guess, you know, if this would be a thing and I would want to make this like kind of easier to mod, I would just add this script myself, right? And then what this would do is you would do, you would kind of do an item SO array. This is going to be new array equals item equals new item SO array of size all items dot count dot length plus 1, right? So it create a new array, and then you would do I guess you would go through all the, like for int I, or let's do for each item so in, I'm gonna do item in the all items, right? And you would do new array, right, let's just do for loop then. For int I equals 0 until I is less than all items dot length and I plus plus. And then you just do new array on the position of I equals all items on the position of I, right? And then finally, new array on the position of new array dot length minus 1. So the final item equals item, right? I think this is how it would look. And this would basically add this new item on. Oh, and then what you could also do is say item.id equals whatever, equals this. But I don't know, like, can you do this on a scriptable object? I would obviously have to make this exposable, right? So this would have to be exposed, right? So I don't know. Yeah, I think you might have some trouble. I think I would have to make these things a little more kind of easier to mod for this to be able to be done. But yeah, just a sec. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is going to be, you know, I might add this to the code at some point, and then we can try it. But yeah, just like, let me know if something like that would be helpful, because I don't know exactly how else you would do that. But I guess a lot of code would need to have basically scripts in them to, you know, to kind of be able to add stuff like this. Or maybe not, maybe it can be done without it, right? Maybe people can, yeah, maybe it can just be done, you know, by inserting it right there. I don't know. Give me a second. I'm just gonna go to the toilet and gonna be right back. Okay. What is this? Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, I get that, but like, probably, yeah, it probably helps if you have more knowledge of the engine, right? So anyway, let's add this to the agenda. Also, let's change the agenda to be correct. So this is 19th to 20, shit, is it 24? Is it? Or is it 23? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, it is 23. There you go. So I think I think I should be able to do that in such a time, you know, in like this week. I don't think I'm gonna be drawing a new thing because I think that's gonna be potentially a lot of wasted time. So I'm just gonna kind of copy this whole thing and just change a color because if I decide that like the outfit needs to do something differently, it would be kind of awkward to do the whole thing again. Although I guess visually it can, like the outfits can stay somewhat what I draw them, right? If I make, let's say, an outfit for the engineer, it's probably gonna be like this really, you know, a little bit more chunkier with some, like, you know, some sort of an overall thing going on, right? Similar to what he has, you know, on him. Yeah, I guess, like, and I can then just design the what exactly this outfit does in all kinds of ways, right? It doesn't have to be, like, it's not going to be really much connected to the visual part of it, or at least not too much, at least not too much, at least. Anyway, so let's do furnish. Is this how you write that? I guess. Furnish the general's room. We're gonna do furnish the player's room. Player room needs to have a locker for outfits and another drawer or something for starting items. And then maybe this can be kind of opened as a one thing, right? So you don't kind of select them separately. Although on the other hand, I can make, you know, maybe some items are not going to be available with particular characters, and I can kind of, you know, handle this separately. Yeah, I guess it's easier to just kind of do them, you know, together. Maybe those two, maybe the drawer and closet should be opened in one menu, so you are selecting the whole starting setup there with a dot I'm gonna be removing it because I'm insane in the brain. There you go. And then yeah, hopefully I can kind of manage to do this whole thing this week, because if I have the starting items kind of figured out how they work and the outfits, and I have this furnished, I think I'm really starting to have the whole game kind of in place. And then I can really, you know, start working on the content, because everything is going to be prepared to have it, right? I also have the all the freaking, what are they called? Let's make this two. I have all the kind of the biome missions ready as well, so I can just kind of start them up or just add them to the game. So that's good. This one is broken, sure. Bestiary. So let's fix that as well, so I don't, before I forget, because I haven't written this anywhere, I'm pretty sure. So blocker, blah blah blah, blocker enemy, boom. Let's apply this to the bestiary and just check if this works. Okay. Boogie. Boggy? Really? So dumb. Whatever. So it is a blocker and it is a drone. So this is fixed. You can also log that change, just so I know this was done. Fixed the blocker enemy in the bestiary. There you go. If you have all items on you and then unlock a new item, it freezes the game as you can't click on anything. If you have all items on you... Oh, right. Yeah, I would imagine so. No, it's not going to be possible at all, right? There's going to be too many items for that to happen. I might still add some sort of a... how do you say, some sort of a safety that like the rewards don't appear anymore if you have all the items, or essentially all but 3 or all but 2, because if you have, if there's 3 left over, you can still get a choice, but otherwise no. Or I can just make like an empty item that you get to choose every time you kind of reach too many, right? I did something similar with NecroBouncer. You get like an empty bag, was like an empty item, and you could get an infinite amount of them if you ran out of items. But it was actually possible to do that there, because you could get some insane money builds, and then you could buy all the items in the shop, and there was also a shop refresh, so even though it's scaled in the price, you could still kind of buy all the items in the game if you got a good enough gold build. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this won't be possible here. Could an empty bag not spawn under normal circumstances? No, it was only if you get too many items. That was the only way to find it. It could be a thing, right? Just make it do something really, you know, weird, or maybe just an achievement. I think it actually might be an achievement to get it. Nice. Very broken. Okay. I mean, I'm interested to see how it looks like if you make a recording or something. What's the time? Okay, the time is time. Yeah. So starting items, I don't even think I need 3. Well, might as well make a couple of them. It does not work. Okay, well, slow and steady, right? But yeah, I think I'm gonna just tackle these things tomorrow, first thing tomorrow. Do I have the thing opened? No. So let's find that so I kind of have it ready. Documents, and then art, and then HQ, and then I think I have this thing, which is like the current version-ish. So I had some doors that were planned there, right? Is this the same size? Not exactly. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the top one isn't. This one is now bigger because I've extended it to the top. Yeah, so let's do that. Kind of prepare myself for, you know, doing this thing. Okay, I see the line. Let's do this then. Boom. And then this part would go up 1. Or you just should copy it from here. Right. There we go. So this is my kind of setup for it, and then I can just draw the stuff here, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I can import it into the game slowly, piece by piece. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about... No, like this needs to be done because it looks a little bit empty, and if I can do this week, I think I need to make like a proper build of the game until 9th next month, so that's like 20 days of time-ish. So that's a lot of time still. And yeah, I would like to make this look a little bit more kind of finished, so the game looks good. And also, you know, add a reason for NPCs to get relationships, right? How close is the game to actual release? Well, if you look at the Steam page, you see that the game's release date is not yet announced. So as much I know when the planned release is. Yeah, I just don't want to state it publicly yet. But I can tell you that it's still a while, right? It's still a little while. I'm thinking about this place. No, I think this is good. This is gonna be just nice. Nice and easy. Simple room. I think a bed. And then that locker. Maybe we can do a carpet on the floor. Why not? Maybe some extra stuff. I can't really make it really super full because it's just gonna look weird. Maybe we can do like a table here. Or like it has to be somewhat empty. Maybe like a bed and then a chair here. And then we can do a table. You know, like a club table, you know. Oh, right, I need to move this up. My bad. And then window. Well, I'm just gonna copy it like this. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be seeing. So yeah, a bed, locker, maybe like it could be a bit more to the middle, and then that drawer, perhaps. Then we'll have like a club table and a chair here, like a sofa maybe, like positioned that way, you know. And that's about it. Why not just make the starting area bigger? Well, the bigger this area is, the more work it is, right? Even with this size, I'm already, like this was a shit ton of work, I can tell you that. Even though it might not look like it. But like essentially, for me, it's really good if I can kind of confine myself in smaller kind of, how do you say, in smaller sizes and just make that smart and, you know, basically have a lot less work doing it. Because like if you have a bigger space, there's more to kind of, how do you say, there's more to brainstorm about what that place could be, what could be placed there, and everything needs to, you know, be a thing. And like if I want to make meaningful things in the base and make them interactable and stuff like that, the more stuff there is, the more, you know, kind of diluted it's going to be, and more generic stuff is going to have to be for everything to be interesting, right? So I would rather have less things and make them more interesting than the other way around, you know? So yeah, that's the idea. And I think like this big of a room for just the player to have a interactable, you know, outfit selection and starting item selection is more than enough. And just place a bed in, a sofa, a carpet, maybe a table, small little table, and that's it. Right, so sleeping quarters, let's do new. We're just gonna kind of block it out right now. So there's gonna be like a sofa here. Let's make it a little bigger, Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, a sofa here with, you know, with something like this placed in the corner. I don't know how exactly it's gonna be rotated, but it's fine. Then we're gonna have a bed. Maybe like this-ish. You know, how exactly this is going to be, I don't know, but something like this. And then there's going to be some sort of a kind of closet for those clothes, I think. He thinks. And then maybe a small little kind of supplemental drawer here. You know. Maybe it can be a little more outstretched. It can be more like a table of sorts. Or not a table, but like, you know, it has some space on top of it. Yeah, it's hard to say. This looks kind of trash. But like, you know, this is just general blocking in the space, you know? think I nice. So yeah, we would have this here. Maybe here we would have like some sort of a drawer thing going on, perhaps. And then down here we could have like a carpet. Make a circular carpet with a square table to make it a little bit more... Wait, does circular carpets make sense? Yeah, they do. Right? Not that often. Or I could make just a normal carpet. Like the thing I'm trying to do is kind of break apart this, you know, the shapes, right? So it's not everything is a rectangle, but then I could have a, you know, like a club table here, right? It looks something like this ish. Something like that, maybe, I don't know. So that could be a room, you know, nothing too kind of crazy. And then for the general, we would do a table, like a big giant table, right? Giant legs, I reckon. And then I think there was an idea that there's going to be like his mast, is it called mast? Like a statue of him, like, you know, down to the shoulders, right, on some sort of a thing. And then maybe we can have some pictures, like some achievements or whatever, or diplomas or whatever. Like some stuff that's not gonna make a lot of sense as well. Just some dumb shit, you know? Something like that, and then he's gonna be here. That's like the general blocking of, you know, these two spaces, right? Anyway, I have to go. Have to close out the stream because I have to go take care of the baby for a little bit, so Nina can go take care of some errands. And thanks everybody for joining. If you haven't yet, wishlist the game on Steam. Really appreciate if you do that. If you share it around, even better. I would really appreciate that. Like, it's really helpful for me to, you know, increase the amount of those wish lists at some point. It's the first link down in the description, so yeah, if you can do that, that would be awesome. Otherwise, I wish you good luck with your projects or whatever you're doing, and a nice day, and hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Is there? Yeah, no, nothing special tomorrow. I'm gonna do another stream like today, and that's it. Okay, thanks everyone. See ya.